Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, June the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. You're beating me to the punch there, William. So, sound okay? You guys can all hear me? All right. Well, guys, CTIB, I just want to, on a personal note, if you were in the room yesterday afternoon, you know, I'm falling in love with this one near the end of the day. So CTIB, it triggered, I think the trigger was at $1.95 and it kind of hung there for a while. It just got over 2. I decided to take the trade at 210. This is after I closed the room, but you know this was in this window. And look what it did. I actually had the nerve to hold on after hours and I got out at 474. Unfortunately, I didn't hold it overnight because it got up to $11 overnight, not overnight, this morning. And but still, for me, it was just a nice little end of day, well, great little end of day trade, getting in around 210 and selling at 479. That was a CTIB. So again, this window, I'm loving this window later on in the day. And if the market continues doing what it's doing today, you know, yesterday was a little bit spotty. There were only a couple that really zoomed because the market, of course, was closed down 1,800 points. But boy, oh boy, this is just a great little window, guys. So what is happening? And by the way, Ital Designer. So the VWAP 1 is just the VWAP, okay? So that's the volume weighted average price. Well, the basic new highs and lows. It's a volume weighted average price. If you're not sure what that is, just Google it. It'll have a really good definition of what it's all about. Basically, where a lot of the action is, where a lot of the price action is. And I'll show you how to do a multi-strategy window later. A lot happening, guys, right now, obviously, with the market rebounding somewhat. Market's up 2.25%, the SPY. So let's take a look at some of the other ones that are happening. Of course, our one from yesterday and the day before, CLDX, still alive and kicking, actually got up to 1035. Pulled back a little bit right now. Fuel Cell, FCEL, is an earnings play. It's an earnings play, and it's right now, market's reacting well. Of course, it had a nice run the day before, and then like everything else, fell back yesterday, but it is an earnings play, and more importantly, it's over the magic 3. XSPA is it still up? It's starting to give it up. They actually did a 1 for 3 reverse split on the 10th, June the 10th. Yeah, this is just the no repeat version of this, okay? That's all this is. It's just a no repeat version. This is on and on and on. It'll drive you nuts early in the morning if you have the sound alert on. But I mean, it's telling you, hey guys, action. But this is just a no repeat version of it. All you have to do is duplicate the window and then go to, if you want it, properties, and then select don't repeat, and I have it for a day. So same principle as these ones up here, my watch list up and down. I want to see the alert the first time it happens and no more. So I can kind of go back and see, okay, there was the time and there was the price. What has it done since then? Yeah, well, the cruisers and the airlines are all up. I mean, this is, you know, the topsy-turvy world we live in. Market has been kind of up. But, you know, yesterday, of course, most of the airlines and cruisers, like everything else, really took a header. EMAN, E-M-A-N. I don't know if I've ever seen this one before, but EMAN, yeah, it's a New York company. Okay, so it's a US-based company. I actually have a little press release for them, $5.5 million order from the Department of Defense, DOD. Well, there will be people looking at large caps also. Rocket in there. So no, there's no specific room for large caps. But you can certainly, I mean, there are a lot of people in the room, trade the large caps also. Even Hertz Hertz trying to get into the action here, floating the idea of, you know what? How about giving us $1 billion? $1 billion stock sale bid. So that's Hertz. HTZ is whipping up a little bit. KBSF. KBSF. Let's see if it's still hanging in there. Yeah, it's still up. Can't see any specific news on it. I believe this is China. Yeah, so these China stocks are still very active, but what a move. I just don't see any specific news on it other than it being in China. Just quickly looking at headlines, I just don't see anything about it. Low float though, 1.46 million in the float. Party, PRTY, is an earnings play. And it is reacting well to earnings so far. A lot of resistance right around the 3 level, but it's trying to maybe get over that 2 mark. Of course, it was very active before. Hit the 200-day moving average and stalled. I don't know if I really saw any news on CTIB other than it is I changed the board of directors or something to that effect. That's all I could really see. I think that's the one. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the news, departure of directors, etc. I mean, that was on the 11th. That was yesterday. That was yesterday afternoon. In fact, 2:45. I'm sorry. That was when the market opened. That was 2:45 in the morning. Sorry. But it's hard to believe that was it. But hey, I just can't see any other specific news on it. Another interesting one, guys, I think is BITA, B-I-T-A. I spell it right and we'll get the symbol up, B-I-T-A. This is an earnings play. Take a look at the gap here, guys. Can you just see on this monthly chart? It is above all this area on the monthly chart. I mean, that's a tremendous, if it can hold above here, I mean, it has room. Hey, welcome, Pagna. Look at this room, guys, for BITA. And it's an earnings play, so it'll be active. This is another China stock. And I have to mention this one. Let's see if it's still holding. Well, so JFIN, I mean, it was actually romping up to $7. It's still up 47%. Again, if you were in the room 2 days ago, you know the nonsense that happened here. Got all the way up to $30. And it actually had earnings yesterday. Anyway, I guess we have to keep an eye on it just to see if anything crazy happens. And Zedkin, not to be confused with JFIN, this is another China stock, exactly another China stock, low float. I mean, look at the move here, and again, lots and lots of room. Is BITA going private, really? Tencent investor group to take China for 1.1 billion. You're right. So, okay, you're right. I'm just looking at this now. Tencent. What's the symbol for Tencent again? T. How about 10? That it? No, not 10. Yeah, I'm just getting to CHNR. So there's a lot of activity this morning. If you were in the room yesterday, I was pointing out my gap downs, of course, what the market was doing. It was absolutely jam-packed full. I couldn't, it was more than my windows could actually hold. Whereas today, look at the gap ups. See what I'm saying? It's... Just looking at CXDC, is it holding? It had a pop, but it pulled right back. I think this is another China stock. Yeah, another China stock. Hola, Andres. Now look at Hertz. Oh my goodness. Okay, what else did I have? Maybe I missed something. CLPS, another one is gapping up. CLPS. CLPS. But it's pulled way back. It was up to 5, down to 3. So, yeah, forget about that one maybe. Just trying to see if I missed anything on my list. Again, this will not die. Excuse me, Chesapeake. CHK. So our bankruptcy stocks are in play. CHK and Hertz, HTZ. And okay, I guess I have to mention this one. This is moving news. Just be careful on this one. I mean, it is really, really choppy right now. You know, they're financing. Have they announced the financing yet? Have they actually announced the price? The orange lines, these are just if I do something like this markup and put a horizontal line, it's just areas where I put markups on for whatever reason. Okay, it's just right clicking on the chart, markup. Sorry, right click on the chart, markup, and then horizontal line. So I've put a horizontal line there for some reason. Some of them are from way, could be weeks before. What are my thoughts on IDEX? And a lot of volume already for IDEX, and just over that $1. I mean, it could be interesting. I mean, the high yesterday was $1.28. Sorry, $1.15. So it's a little bit above the high of yesterday. 2 days ago, it did get up to 144. So I'm just trying to see any news. No specific news. Where are they out of? They're another China stock. So it just the theme is that these China stocks are certainly alive. I don't know if there's any specific news for a lot of them, but I think with the idea that, I mean, if you remember when LK, when the fraud, not allegations, I guess, proven, or for LK, I guess we better still say allegations, but then there was the big furor about, okay, let's just delist every China stock. And that's kind of, I think calmer heads have prevailed, or minds have prevailed to a certain extent. So I think that is what's causing a lot of these China stocks to run a little bit. In CIDM, okay, so that's not a China stock. Videotape and disc rental. That's what they do? Well, I mean, it's not really moved yet, so it's only up, 6 cents. Now, I guess you just have to wait for the market to open. I mean, if it takes out 284 at some point today, get some more volume. I mean, obviously, a couple of days, 3 days, 5 days ago, it hit 6. Well, FMCI, that's that one that is looking maybe to merge with Impossible Meats. That is what I think that's the rumor anyway. So, I mean, it's just rumor. If you want to believe in it, but it's not going to close anytime soon. So, it's obviously it's risky. If you believe in it, you want to take a few shares and see what happens. If another if it can turn into another VTIQ. I mean, everybody obviously, it doesn't trade now under VTIQ. All right, guys, and again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, and this repeating version of it, you can just load it from the toolbar. So new, from the toolbar, new, channel bar, and then my windows. Okay, Barry's windows right there. Remember, everything in the channel is a layout. So before you do that, make sure if you have a layout already, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. I don't want anybody who has taken a lot of time creating a layout and then forgotten to save their layout to the cloud, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you load anything from the channel bar, your layout will be replaced. So just make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Okay, let's take a look to see what the analysts are up to this morning on the upgrades and downgrades. Yeah, so we're getting all these ones, the MGMs, all the cruisers, the airlines. This is another one I just have it jotted down. Archon. Another. I believe this is another China stock. Yes, another China stock. Archon. Look at this gap, guys. So the 200-day though is getting a little bit close. 200-day is moving average is at 287. So that could be a real stumbling block. But that's I mean it's taken out the high of. I'm sorry, was there a spike up there? Just looking at the high of this day. Yeah, it's taken out the high of this day at 234. So it's that high right there back on the 22nd of May was 234. So it's a little bit above that. The only issue is that 200-day moving average. But listen, if you took, I'm not saying to take it, but from 236, if it got anywhere close to that, that'd be a great percentage move. All right, let me take a look just to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Yesterday, there were none. At least maybe briefing.com, maybe something messed up with their alerting. All right, there are some this morning. Okay, not very many upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Make me make me $5,000, Kay. Okay, appreciate that. I love some of the names you guys come up with. Goldman's given Tesla a downgrade. All right. And Morgan Stanley has given Tesla a downgrade. Well, as I said, Dave, some of you, not all of you, some of you. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, downgrades, and I get the question every now and then, what do you mean by an upgrade and a downgrade? These are just analysts' quote-unquote opinions where they think a stock might go. And it's just, I get it from briefing.com. They send it to my email about 9:10 every morning. It's a free service from briefing.com. All right, what time is it now? 9:24. So General Motors is on the move here. GM is on the move here. Probably like a lot of the name companies that were just slammed yesterday, coming back. Let's see where the SPY is. SPY now is now holding that 200-day moving average, 308.89. So you see what it did. It kissed it yesterday, and it just sort of sat on it. Let's see if it can take out the high of yesterday. So Rick, are you talking about these? The watch list up and down, and are you talking about these? Talking about to somebody in our YouTube feed? Okay, I'm just waiting for an answer. So if that was the question, I had a question from the YouTube feed. Wanted to know how to get my list. Okay, so how to get to my list from our toolbar. Just click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Windows, Barry's Windows. Okay. These three windows. This is not my entire layout. It just focuses on these three windows. But again, as I always have to remind people, this is a layout that you're clicking on. Anything from a channel is a layout. So make sure you do save your layout to the cloud before you do that. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I have a 15-minute delay. And these windows will start to generate some alerts right off the bat if the filters are met. Foot Squared is on the move here. This used to be a crypto play. I don't know if it still is. I know it's frozen fruit and juice, etc. But I think this when Bitcoin was going crazy, this was one of the ones that was, I think, going crazy also. Why would anybody buy Hertz? Well, speculation, that's all it is. Again, anybody buying it, in theory, is not marrying it. They're just a speculation. Yeah, I know Robinhood traders have been certainly in the news a lot, haven't they? Kind of hilarious. The Bankruptcy boys. What's that other one doing? Is it Wins? Isn't that the other one that is another bankruptcy stock? Well, and here's the other one. The Czech, CHK, another bankruptcy stock. So we've got the three of them: Hertz, Czech, and the Wins. Well, you hit the nail on the head, King. You trade it. That's what you do. You trade it. As long as there's a stock symbol, and as long as there's a bid and ask, and as long as there are people who want to buy and sell, it's still a tradable stock. It's not that it's not it's not that it's delisted or anything. You can see the symbol right there. So it is. It's just speculation, guys. That's all it is. One minute, you're right. Thank you, Frank, for reminding me. So yeah, less than a minute before the market starts or opens. Though I always wonder. The market's been open. There's so much activity now in the pre-market that kind of crazy to say market opens at 9:30. But anyway, let's have a great end to this trading week. This has been I keep saying it every day though is even yesterday when the market's down 1,800 points, we found stocks that we could go long on that gave us tremendous runs. That should be an interesting one, Chris. Look at General Motors. What a run for General Motors right now. Okay, market is open, everybody. How's that CTIB doing? Yeah. Oh, really pulled back. Okay. So I typically do not trade the first 15 minutes anyway. I like to see things settle down just a little bit, and I'm really, probably depending what the market's going to do today, depending what the market's going to do today, I have to see what happens with this window here, say from about 1:30 on. This has been really producing. All right, so I'm looking at the airlines, and let's see what the market is doing. Will it continue? That's a big question, guys. Will the market continue this gap up, or will it just start to give it up? And there's JFIN, so it got halted on the way down. Okay. Well, that first, obviously, if on that first 15-minute SPY candle, I mean, if we get just a huge candle down, yeah, I would agree. Wow, look at CLDX now. Did they announce a financing? You're waiting to see if they're going to announce a financing. Boy, that's a big drop. I mean, look at that. It hit 10.30 in the pre-market, dropped $2, over $2. Okay, a lot of these ones that were up in the pre-market are starting to really give it up. There's CHNR. CHNR hasn't given it up. Well, actually, I guess it has. $6 now. It's at $4. So that's a big percentage move. But let's see if it settles down at all. I have to tell you guys, this was a very exciting trade for me, the CTIB at the end of the day. I don't know what made me hold it after hours, but of course I wish I had held some overnight and take advantage of that even bigger pop, but Sprint. Sprint is no longer. No, of course, no. You're not talking about. I'm sure you're not talking shorting Sprint. In real life, yes, I was. In real life, my other persona. Telling you, watch this window. 1:30 on. I mean, yesterday there were not too many alerts. Again, because I'm only looking at the ones that are moving up. And, with the market down 1,800 points yesterday, we weren't getting very many. I remember there was one AMBC, gave us an okay trade. But if you were in the room and you saw the CTIB, it was just hanging around that $2 level. Just kept hanging around it. Okay, there's that news, guys. Again, have they announced the financing price? I just don't see that they've announced the price. All I saw was 60 million shares that they're looking to, but it might be just a registration. Can't confuse a registration with the actual financing. Okay, well, let's see. CHNR now is starting to come down a bit. MFH, this is another one of those crazy ones. A couple of days ago, got up to 5. So MFH starting to, it actually got halted on the way down. So Patrick, when you say, how do you find my charts? Are you talking the charts or are you talking about the scans? Thou shalt not chase in the pre-market. CHNR, classic. Okay, so Patrick, it's difficult for me to share my scans in the YouTube feed. So I'm gonna give you. You can come into. I know it's a little confusing, but we have kind of 2 trading rooms going at the same time. That is the link for this room here. Okay. There are way more traders in the room, way more active, but more importantly for me is I can share my scans with you. It's very difficult for me to do it here. I can share like one link at a time, but it's just a little bit difficult. Okay, look at Oxy, guys. There's wow, Oxy now is it above yesterday's high? 1918. Yes, it's above yesterday's high. Yeah, I took well, not last night. I took it before the market closed. I took it at about 220, 210. Sorry. This was before the market closed, and then I held it after hours. And I got out at 467, so from 210 to 467. Unfortunately, I didn't hold it overnight. All right, down go. I keep checking to see if they're going to announce a financing. It would, because now it's basically below the low of the pre-market CLDX. How did that IZA do? Little pop in the pre-market, but is just kind of stabilizing. I wonder if In Stock is going to be here today, just to ask him if how he thought the conference call went. Okay, down goes CHK so far. Oh, guys, okay. Now, I got to tell you, there is a Holly alert. Be awfully, awfully careful with it, okay? And you should know why. Just be super careful with it, guys. If you're gonna take it. I don't. Yes, IMRN is halted. Yes, is it halted on the way up? Yes, it is halted on the way up. So it is trying to recover. It must have had an unbelievable day about 4 days ago, and it is trying to recover here. Again, guys, just be awfully careful if you. It's for two of them too. I mean, you see the other one that was crazy. In fact, the one that just came in at 940 is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers anyway. You probably hear excitement in the background. I am watching that one, the 939. I am watching the 939 AI just to see. But you got to be awfully careful. I wouldn't take a lot of shares if you're going to get in it. Another one that was flying in the morning was LPTX. I see it is moving down. So the airlines, look like the airlines are starting to move. Azul. I bet you GOL is moving also. I just don't see it yet. Guys, I am watching that 939 AI alert just in case it does something crazy, okay? But I'm not telling anybody to take it. Oh, it's also a short. I'm sorry. This is actually that's a short call. Well, that's definitely I missed that though. That is actually a short call. Well, that is absolutely not available for me. Well, guys, I'm actually going to watch it for a break high. I know what the AI is saying, but if the you know who's get a hold of it, anything could happen. And again, if you're wondering why I'm being a little cryptic, it's just because this is part of our premium service, and I don't display the premium service unless the stock. And I won't talk about it unless it's really moved. Then I can talk about it later. But it's not fair to those of you who pay for our premium service. So my AI window is on another monitor. I'm just watching it, just in case it does something crazy. I know I keep repeating myself. It's actually, for it is actually kind of calm. Yeah, sometimes, I mean, I typically have it live always, but sometimes say on a top list, you just want to see the ones that moved up the most during the market hours. So you could just say set during market hours, live during market hours only, and not see the after hours action. Okay, I'm just going to have to give up watching that one for a while. I'm going to stick a Okay, well, what else is happening? So there's DTSS, 304. Let's see if this has any ramp up in it. Okay, market is flattened out. Market is not moving right now, just kind of flattened out. I think the market is just trying to figure out a direction. Okay, I'm not sure I understand the question, Ital Designer. I mean, the narrative, are you talking about my talking? It is live, yes. Well, obviously, I mean, if you want to see pre-market, you have to have. So obviously, I mean, I have it live always when I'm doing my pre-market scanning. You know, that's the only way you can see pre-market. So I mean, that's the other reason. I probably should. That's probably the main reason to have pre-market or live always. I don't understand your question, Tel Designer. When you say it is linked with Barry's software, Barry's Windows from the software, I don't understand your question. I mean, you see, if you're watching my screen, and nothing is popping in here yet. Actually, I think it's a she, but that's okay. Okay, market is still trying to figure out which way it wants to go. Well, yeah, no, I mean, everything in the channel, yeah, the channel is, my channel is only focusing on these three windows. Okay, just trying to get people to concentrate on these three windows. Especially if you're a new trader, give you very few symbols to look at. Obviously, right now, no symbols to look at during the day. That's all this was. So if you open my windows, you'll get these three. You're not going to get all the other ones. These are just other individual, as I think I've said a few times, that if you want to see all the scans that I'm sharing, just click on the room drive icon, scans that I share, download. So for instance, the basic new highs and lows, but many other scans that I'm sharing that might be of interest to you. But if you just wanted to follow, just wanted to follow my windows, then you can just load my channel and that's it. So again, when you say the AI is a multi-window in your window, you cannot incorporate. Are you talking about like that window there, the strategy is all? You cannot put that into a multi-strategy window. No, all the multi-strategy window, you can take all of your alert windows that you have, and you can put them into one big multi-strategy window. But the one you cannot do is this one. Now this one actually showed up yesterday late. Also, TRPX. TRPX showed up late in this basic new highs and lows. It had a little bit of a move. Let's see if it can take out $1.08. That was the high, I think, yesterday, in after hours also. Yeah, so right there. if it can do that, the only issue is $1.20 probably is going to be a bit of a roadblock right there. But if it can get through that, they'll look left, and it's a low float, 3.4 million in the float. PVH. Yeah, I mean, look, if it takes out 50, a big psychological number, right? 50 is a real psychological number for it to try to take out. And if it does, though, and you look left on that daily chart, and it has room down to the 45 level. Again, as you know, when I'm saying all this, this is not a recommendation to even take it if it breaks 50, but that's what I see. And, not a big float, and you're right, it is an earnings play. A bit of, interest and reaction. I mean, it was up, and now it's down. Oh, Eamon got halted on the way up, though. Okay, so they did actually have some news. $5.5 million DoD contract. That's what the headline said. IMRN is open now, guys. IMRN is open, and did it get halted again? Not yet. I just have to laugh at this one. CHK now on the way down. IMRN, guys, watch out. It could get halted again. My guess is going to get halted again. If it gets up to about 1250 or 1280, I think it'll get halted again. How do you get all your saved windows and the TI windows to load? Okay, so the whole idea, KD, is to construct your own layout eventually, right? So when you talk about saving your saved windows from the cloud and then you bring them back, why wouldn't you save them under a different name as your layout, as an example? I mean, that's what I do. This has got nothing to do with a trade ideas, preloaded windows. Okay, I mean, obviously I've had the program since 2010. So, I've constructed the layout that I like. So I'm not sure I completely understand the question. The whole idea of saving your windows to the cloud and then bringing them back, maybe one by one, is to create your own layout. Or am I missing the question? If you want when you say the TI preloaded windows, which TI preloaded windows are you talking about? All right, guys, we now have a red bar. We now have a little bit of a red bar forming, and we have 5 minutes left for this candle. So let's see how big this red bar is going to be. Is this just going to be like a fake bounce? No, IMRN, guys, on fire. So are you talking, again, I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding. Are you talking about from the channel bar? Loading things from the channel bar? Gappers and like these, are you talking about loading from here? All right, Eman resumed, and that's not a low float, 50 million in the float. Here's one that's kind of on the move, guys. ALRN, but yeah, the high this week was 138, so it's not that far away. This is the high last week, was almost $2. I don't quite understand the question. I know it's frustrating. I know you're trying to explain it to me. Okay, so when you say when you load trade ideas, well, you have to load them though. I mean, gappers and chart windows and things like this. Those are all things that you can load. You're talking about having the toolbar up here. So when you load, if that's what you're talking about, load trade ideas. So you have the toolbar. Now, if you've saved things to the cloud and you've saved a layout to the cloud, you just have to load from the cloud. And if you've saved a layout, then just bring it back. Like just click on it, and then your layout, if you've saved it, will load. The whole idea of what you see here is, and I have other Trade Ideas windows on my other monitors. This is my layout that I've named it, other than the default. I give all my layouts different names. But if you're just acting or asking in general when you load TI, do you get chart windows and gappers? You certainly can. If that is your question, yes, you can, but you have to, if you've saved individual windows to the cloud, bring back the ones that you want that you think could be part of a layout that you want to see every single day. I rarely change my layout. I've had the same kind of look for years and years and years. Look at Menlo, guys. Menlo. MNLO. Fairly low float. I will try to keep working with you, KD, so I can completely understand. And you're right, it did get halted on the way down. Just one moment, please. Eman on the move, guys. So the next level for Eman would be about 180 maybe, where it could stall right there on that monthly chart. So this is actually, they did have news, so there is in theory a reason why this is moving. All right, BMI, problem is it's got that, a couple of days ago, the high was 314. It's just got a little bit of area to get through before it can really start to run. IMRN is on halt, yes. There's our halts resumed, and if you want that window, All you have to do is click on the scan section, and I'm sharing, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. All the scans I'm sharing are right here. Or click on the room drive icon, looks like a half open folder. Scans that I share, download. All the scans I'm sharing then will go to a Word document. When you have them, and you can take if the how I've named them makes sense to you, and you want to try them, you just have to copy the link, and then file load from cloud, and paste the link in here and load. Yeah, Fossil. Keep an eye on Fossil. Fossil, F-O-S-L. It is high looking left is 560 or so. Let's see if this can hold. Fossil. Just had earnings on the 3rd. Actually, a good reaction. Remember I was saying, is GOL following with Azul? And it is. A couple of Brazilian airliners. Guys, I'm really interested in Fossil, F-O-S-L, as long as it keeps around this area. A bid of 517 might get me into it, okay? I'm not telling you guys to do it. I'm just telling you what I might do. 517 on a bid. I don't expect it to take this area out right here, but which is 560, but that would be good enough on a percentage move if it gets even halfway there. Okay, IMRN resumed, and it did not gap down huge or anything from the halt price 1075. So it's hanging here, guys. Well, it was. Yeah, exactly. I want to see some interest. The other thing is I'm always wary about a stock near a whole number. I want to see it really get away from that whole number. Okay, at this point I'm just going to put an alert around 517, 516. See if it takes it out later. If it doesn't, I just move on. Well, I don't know how many of you, first of all, little poll of the room. Those of you with the AI, did your broker allow you, if you decided to take it, did your broker allow you to short Duo? I mean, that is the one. DUO. The alert was at 1180, okay, to short from the AI. Because I know Interactive Brokers, yeah, it's, if you're familiar with Interactive Brokers, if you haven't, then you know what I'm talking about. There's a big red dot, which means it is 100% not shortable. Sometimes the dot will be a faded green, which means, well, it's not shortable right now, but if you're really, really interested, we might try to, we can try to do a locate for you. But this has the big red dot, not shortable. So I'm just wondering what other brokerage platforms were able to actually short Duo. I don't think I don't know if there's even if it's optionable. I don't see any option contracts today, so I'm not even sure it's optionable. So when you say in the cloud, Coog, they are here, okay? So the easiest way is to click on the room drive icon. Looks like a, again, half open folder. Scans that I share, download. Okay, so they're not in the cloud. They're not in your cloud yet, okay? So you just download them. Then you'll get all the links. You'll get all these links. Or you can do it from here. You know, you can just kind of scan through the scans that I'm sharing. And then if you see something you like, just click on the link. So up big yesterday, reversing today. So you click on the link, it'll load into a new tab. Then you copy the link. And then from our toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. Virtually all the time the link will be in here once you've copied it, but if it happens to be blank, then paste it in and then load it. Okay, so you know, here it is. All right, here it is. Now, once it's on in your system, now you have to save it to your cloud. You know, if you like it, then you just file, right click and save to the cloud. So now it's in your cloud. What you're seeing is in my cloud, but you know, the only way to access it is to going through those steps. Is that clear? Yeah, I'm just intrigued to see if anybody had shorts for that one. That's another one, not shortable for me, CHNR. Well, again, when I say that, I mean, they'd have to do a locate. When I see that, I don't even bother. By the time they do a locate, maybe find the stock for me. Who knows what the price would be. So not a lot of activity for me yet, guys. I was watching the fossil to see if it, you know, could get back up to this level. Still hanging around 5, so I haven't given up on it. Noble Energy is a gap up and go right now. All right, FMCI is kind of taking it here. There's another airline, gap up and go, United Airlines. So the airlines, you know, after the first 15 minutes, 30 minutes or so, looks like they're trying to settle down and put in a bit of a move here. EVK just got halted. Yeah. Or just resumed, sorry. Didn't show up on my halts because at that point it got halted. It was under 20,000 shares. I do have a minimum volume of 20,000 in my halts resumes, so that's why it didn't show up as a halt. Oh, guys, look at RGLS. Look at the volume that just came into it, and it's a fairly low float, 25 million in the float. Look at the volume that came in. It was really doing nothing until that. Let's see if it holds a dollar. RGLS. I mean, it has some room up to about the 130 mark, okay? But it's the volume that just came into it. Somebody wanted this. I mean, look at the volume, 2.7 million shares. I mean, it was really doing nothing. It's traded 3 million now. Yeah, nicely done. I know that you, as you called it, a gamble on it. It's almost at the pre-market. Well, it's getting closer to the pre-market high. Again, this is China stock out of the China place, just like yesterday. Yesterday, the China stocks were the ones that, even though the market was way down, they kind of held a lot of them anyway. Here's another one, guys. Another China stock. PLIN, another China stock. So China's hot again and probably a low float. Yeah, 8.9 million in the float. Just keeping, okay, Fossil just took out 5 or just below 5. So that may be a no-go for Fossil, FOSL. I'm just going to keep an eye on this RGLS to see if that, I mean, it did sell all the way down to 90 cents. That's not good. But we'll see if this can be taken back up over the high. Has a little bit of room to the 130 mark. One moment, please. Okay, so the CHNR triggered in my watch list at 561, and the reason it took that long is because it had to take out the high. But obviously pretty extended when we got the alert, so. And this one doesn't look like it's going to do very much. MYT. Urban Tea. Where are they out of? Yeah, they're out of China also. Well, keep an eye on it. Keep an eye. I mean, look at the room. This is why it made the watch list, guys. When I saw this yesterday, there was the move it made yesterday from 68 cents to almost a dollar. So definitely keep an eye on MYT. Looking left on the monthly chart, the next high is 113. I mean, if it could take that out, then look left on that monthly chart. It has a lot of room. But what it has going for it today, it's China. Okay, guys, this doesn't look good for the SPY here. I'm looking right now, the SPY, a couple of red candles now. Let's see what happens on this one. It's just open, another 11 minutes, or sorry, 14 minutes for this to close. Of course, why we keep an eye on the overall market if you're going long something and it's not really shall we call it an alpha stock, really completely and utterly trading on its own. and you have to be aware of what the overall market is doing. And the market's still up 600. I didn't even look here. But the SPY is, again, it's starting to drift down, so just be wary of that. And as usual, our friend GNUS has done its thing. Almost up to 5 and then drops right back down to 4. I mean, look at that drop. I mean, 611 down to 5, or actually 473 for CHNR. Doesn't feel, no, not, I mean, it was a great move, obviously pre-market, and the SPY was ramping up. The first candle was good. All right, again, guys, China, China, China. We have a China channel too. You might want to even take a look at the China channel. New channel bar, and where is that China channel? There it is. There's the China channel. So here's another one. And it got halted though. JT got halted. Is Isaiah moving up? A little bit. That's some action in the pre-market. I'll stick an alert around 313 and see if it takes that out. And he said a tremendous week. I mean, it's gone from 55 cents all the way up to 310. Yeah, I didn't see any news for the CHNR. Unless I can see something now. No, I don't see any news. Just a, yeah, I think it's just to kind of, but this is a pretty big move for absolutely no news, but I just don't see any news. Now, China Resources. Boy, this Sono has been on fire. This one was on, well, it recovered. I shouldn't say on fire yesterday, but I mean, actually at one point it was. It was way up here. One of the few stocks that was positive. You can see there's where it closed the day before that. So it was positive, but then it gave it all up. But I think it still closed, it still was positive. Sono's just had a very nice, I know their products a little bit. Well, guys, if you want an interesting ride, I mean, you can take a look at that duo. It's not a good spread, but this is not a suggestion to get into it by any stretch. But you know, All right, guys, listen, you have to do what you want to do. But I did take that duo. It's just to see. Not much. Just want to see. Yeah, the thread wasn't disgusting, so this is just to see if our Robin Hooders can pop it back up to 120. I almost don't even want to put it in here because I don't want, especially new people. This is just a real risky. Okay, JT is out of the halt, guys. JT is out of the halt. Look at this, JT. Coming into the 200 day, $1.53. That's still pretty good money. 100 shares. All right, PRSP, what's happening to you? PRSP, this is an alert a little bit earlier here. PRSP at 24.65. Whoa, nice move here, 24.65. There was the original alert. Nice move out of a little consolidation on the fives. A little bit extended on the I'm just watching the duo, guys. I mean, I didn't take very many shares, okay? So I was watching to see if it can do anything crazy. If not, I'm not able to buy duo now. Oh, rats. Well, that's gonna. I'm out. Well, I'm out of it. Good. I'm glad you told me that, but I'm out of it. So I took. What loss did I take? Took about a 25-cent loss on it. I'd do it again. I was in at 12.50. I had a little bit of a pop up to 12.70, but I was of course looking for a lot more in case it did it, but that's okay. Really though, on Robinhood not able to buy duo. Interesting. So guys, remember on my watch list what I was talking about with the CHNR. I mean, it triggered because it had to take out that high, and by having to wait for that high meant that it was very extended. So that's why I wasn't interested at 561, certainly for the CHNR. If it had been basing a little bit and then popped, okay. Are you talking about the Robin Hooders not being able to buy Duo? Yeah, I would have liked to have known that, I guess. However, it's not quite dead yet. So Kim, this is from somebody in the YouTube feed. Do you trade on Robinhood, or you just read that somewhere? So you know 100% for sure that is correct. Oh, okay, so you trade Robinhood, so you're not able to buy Duo anymore. Jag, not supported. Okay, thank you. How about HTZ? Are you guys allowed to buy that one? Because that's the other one that they were all piling into. No, it literally means, well, some brokerages. I mean, obviously at IB, Interactive Brokers, I was able to buy Duo, but there are some brokerages that will just say it's on the do not trade. You just can't trade it. It's broker to broker. I would say Robinhood is a special case. My guess is that most brokers you could have bought Duo. I may be wrong, but well, of course, it's a commission-free broker, but it seems to have a real attraction, especially for. I don't want to lump Jag or anybody else into it, but for a lot of new people, Robinhood had a real aggressive marketing campaign. They've been around for I don't know how long they've been around, but they've just got a lot of new retail investors. I mean, that's the theory anyway, and so. And again, I don't want to lump Jag or anybody else who has a Robinhood account into that. But, people just taking risks and buying whatever. So they've been there's been a lot of media attention about what are the Robinhooders doing and kind of poking a little bit of fun at them, okay? And there you go, easy to trade with Robinhood. Yeah, it's very easy. I think it's very easy to set up an account. Here's another one. Boy, another China stock guys, LYL. Are you still not allowed to short on Robinhood? Is that correct? Am I right? No shorting. Okay. Yeah, it's just no repeating exactly without anything on the way down. I'm just interested on the ones up, okay? And this is no repeating. Yes. So for instance, CLDX. I'm way more interested in this window, and what I think what I also will do is probably do a refresh or a clear at about 130. I've just been finding that this window is giving us some really interesting opportunities later on in the day. When stocks are just kind of quieted down, then all of a sudden you get, for whatever reason, a big volume pop. And what I've noticed is quite a bit. Even yesterday, I mean, the CTIB, there weren't very many, of course, obviously, with the market down 1,800 yesterday. Not too many were appearing, but the CTIB, just at the end of the day, gave me just a great little trade. I say there weren't very many. So again, my main focus in this window, I could almost put a, I wonder if I should do that. Almost put a, delay until 1:30 before anything is coming in. Look at the CLDX, guys. All right, guys. Wow, it's 10:30 already. Well, welcome to the room, everybody. If you're first time in the room, welcome. This is the format of the room from Monday to Friday. I'm open from 9 to 3, Monday to Friday. Sharing my screen live on the mic. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can click on the Scans tab. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. You can also click on the Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download. That will go to a Word document where you can take a look at all the scans at your leisure. Pick and choose which ones you might want to load. Also the links that I'm going to talk about. A lot of links, good links in here for training, webinars, etc. Trade of the week, my daily video, all the links are in here. I'm going to go over them. Just want to talk about subscriptions. Click on the subscriptions tab, but I will put the links into the room. Look at Fuel Cell now giving it up. It's an earnings play, just giving it up. Okay, so let's just take a look at what a subscription costs to Trade Ideas. Click on that link right there. Basically, we have 4 plans. So we have the premium plan, premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Now look at check, CHK. So Hertz, check. Both of the bankrupt stocks or bankruptcy type stocks are falling. And the standard plan, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. So what's the difference? The big difference, if you're buying our premium service, it's because you want to see the AI in action. Sorry guys. All right, just have to rearrange some windows now. Just give me a moment here. Give me one more. Okay, sorry about that. It happens when I move a window really, or something. Anyway, my monitor doesn't seem to like it. I thought my video card is supposed to be pretty good, but anyway. So if you are wanting the premium service, it's because you want to see the AI in action all day long. So it's sort of an interesting day. The problem I've had is that WAFU and this duo, not shortable for most people, but anyway. And yesterday, of course, WAFU had an incredible gain. If you were able to hang in there, about 100% at one point. It was an AI alert from yesterday. Now, you don't have to start off with an annual plan or even a premium plan. You can try us out for a month, $118 a month on the standard plan, less the 15%, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. If you decide you want to upgrade, you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code, 15%. Now I'm going to talk about the links, some of the links we have. I've gone over the subscription. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you have an interactive broker's account, I encourage you to watch this Brokerage Plus intro. It'll show you exactly how you can link your Brokerage Plus with your interactive broker's account so you can trade. All right. Daily video I do it between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. You should have the latest version of Trade Ideas. This is the latest version, 4.2.15. You can tell what you have. Click on Help and About, and it'll tell you what you have. Boy, IMRN is surging here, guys. I can hear it in the background here. Trading room. Okay, we got that. There's the down 20 short video lessons. That's an excellent link to click on, guys. 20 short video lessons. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would encourage you to take a look at this. Okay. A lot of the basic features of Trade Ideas are gone over in all these very short videos. Okay. Including at the end here, Brokerage Plus, the last three. It's a good link for me to put into the room, so I'm just going to put that link into the room. You know what, Mark? I really don't even know anymore. The chart base. I think what it's just showing you that you've got some lines on the chart that maybe show you swing exits, smart stop areas. I wish they got rid of that. I mean, I don't even think about it, to be honest. I think that's what it's talking about, a visual assistant. It'll draw some smart stops like that dotted line there for F-cell. I just want to put that link in here. I'll answer your question in a minute here, Thomas. Okay, so there's a 20 short video lessons. The other one, the training link, it's a good link also. This has those 20 lessons in here, but it also has all the webinars and other training, the TI University, Back to Basics, etc. Okay, but also the webinars. Look at IMRN, guys. Wow. So this is a webinars that we have Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time, and they are all archived. And next test drive. You click on that link. The next test drive may be in August. There's no set date yet. You can fill this in, and you'll be notified when it is. We do them typically 4 times a year. The last one was in May. Had 4,000 people sign up for it. So basically, if you fill this in, you'll get an email a couple of weeks before the next test drive starts. The test drive for $8.99 gives you access to our premium service for up to 10 trading days. So we don't have free trials, but this is, obviously pretty close to a free trial. And ebooks that we have, you can click on these. I think there's some swing trading setups, etc. And they're all designed by Trade Ideas. These are not third party. Look at check, CHK on the way down. Yeah, I hear you, Leslie. I would like to have that change too. I think it is misleading. I completely agree. What they're really saying, I don't understand why it says that. I mean, it didn't get stopped out at the actual stop price. So if it gets stopped out before, I'm going to bring that up again. I think it's misleading. It should just say reduce risk. Guys, IMRN is just in rippage now. 2 days ago, that was the high. 3 days ago, that was the high. So yeah, Thomas, we do have VWAP crossing. Let's see, MACD, which I never use, but let's just see what it... but we do have VWAP crossing. So if you type in VWAP, crossed above and crossed below. Now, the only thing is that it does require some volume. So sometimes it may look like it's late, because what we don't want is to have it cross, and then keep popping up and down it on no volume. But you can try it, okay? So there is the crossed above VWAP. And as far as MACD is concerned, I don't think, well, let me see. These are the signals, okay? 5-minute crossed above signal, 15-minute, all the way up to, I think, 60. That's it for the MACD, okay? Boy, IMRN. I wish I had not been talking. That was awesome, especially that break right there, right here. Little base there at 10, and a big pop. All right, guys, I'm going to go over the AI and what the AI is all about. It's a part of our premium service. This is hard to listen to now for me. Hard to listen to. This is text to voice. So she is just constantly saying IMRN over and over, just tormenting me. Okay, this is what our AI is all about. We have 50 baseline strategies, what we call baseline strategies. This is not one of them, but if it were, basically the AI waits for the market to close, so it has the most up-to-date data, and then takes a look at the filters that are in place, maybe makes adjustments to the filter values, maybe adds a filter, subtracts a filter, runs through, uses our back tester, and goes through what we call an optimization procedure for each one of the strategies. Okay, tomorrow or on Monday, these are the ones that made the cut today based on the profit factor and win percentage combination. On Monday, we don't know which ones make the cut, because again, the AI has to go through the optimization procedure. So if you have our premium service, my recommendation is that you load this window, Strategy Trades All window, and you can do that from the toolbar, New, and then it's the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And then, just wait for the alerts to happen. Obviously in the morning, nothing will happen until at least 9:35. But you can also incorporate this window as part of your layout. You don't have to load it every day. Well, I wish I found my IB was delayed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have got into the duo, I guess. But no. I haven't found it, not yet anyway. So that's basically what the AI is all about, okay? And people ask me, well, how do you trade it? Well, that is almost, I hate to say it like this, but it's almost up to you. I mean, I use it as a watch list more than anything, okay? That's just the way I personally use it. And I like to see the stocks under $20. That's just my personal, I don't necessarily take a trade just because I get the alert. I want to watch to see how it's trading a little bit. I treat it, for me personally, I just treat it like a watch list. And this is Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. And to load the brokerage is part of the standard service. So from our toolbar, only available on the app, okay? Not on the web-based version. So you click on Brokerage Plus and this window will pop up. And I demonstrate its use as a simulator, paper trading all day long. If you do want to connect it to your Interactive Brokers account, you can do so and trade your live account. The only broker it works with, okay, if you want to trade, a live account using Brokerage Plus. Absolutely not necessary though. If you have another, I get the question all the time. Well, I'm trading with Schwab. Does that mean I can't use trade ideas? Of course not. Of course not. That's not what it means. All right. It's just that if you happen to have an IB account, you can use this as your interface, but you don't have to use Brokerage Plus. However, if you are a new trader, I would encourage you to practice trading first. This is our simulator. I haven't taken any trades yet. I'll demonstrate how to take some trades. And it's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you've got. So it's using our real-time data, and it's part of the standard service. No, Holly doesn't filter like that. If you get an alert you don't like, then you just bypass it. Okay? You cannot filter. But I mean, it's not like we get 1,000 alerts a day. So if you see something that you don't like, then just sort of disregard it. So how does Brokerage Plus work? Very, very simple. If I see an alert and I can pop it in, just click on the symbol. It pops in here. There's the symbol. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick what price I want to get in at. If I want to short it, I sell. If I want to go long, I buy. If I want to get out of the trade, I flatten it. If I want to get out of half the trade, obviously click half. Can double it or it can reverse. Reversing meaning if I was short, now I want to go long, or then I can reverse it quickly. Or if I was long, I want to go short, I just click on that. Okay? Okay, so I'm going to take a trade just to demonstrate how it works. Let's say, what's that PRSP doing? Yeah, unfortunately, Mock, yeah, you just can't do that. You can't do that. I mean, you can see the strategies, you can see the strategies that were optimized for the day, and some of them may not, but there's no guarantee that you won't get, a stock at, $50 or something in one of these strategies. You're not thinking about it wrong, but it will also question why you want to auto trade it, to be honest. It's not necessary to auto trade it. You can set up what we call one-click trading pretty simply. So it's not quite auto trading. People I think get too hung up on saying, well, I got to auto trade it because I got to get in exactly when the AI got in. Okay? And I don't think, you don't have to get in exactly. Sometimes, if I click on an alert, just because I get it from the AI and it's, I don't have to, I can kind of watch it for a bit saying, I see what it's looking at. What sort of resistance is there? If I want to go long. Or what sort of support is there? So usually there is time and you can then set up what we call one-click trading. In which case you can just set these up ahead of time and then click, and it's not quite auto trading, but it's very close. It's going to trade based on your rules. And I encourage you to watch the video, which I'm going to put the link in here. Okay, watch it. And that'll show you how you can set up your own little strategies. Like here, so I've set up a little strategy here and here. I'm risking $100 a trade. I'm using the VWAP stop, things like that. So it's not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. Look at FMCI just collapsing here. Give me a moment here, guys. I just have to answer an email. All right, guys. No, this is, that's not shortable either at IB. So I'm just looking to take a trade here. Let's see anything makes a little bit of sense just to, oh, yeah, we've got a lot of the flyers just giving it up now. Whoa, look at the SPY. Whoa, look at the SPY, guys. I'm just noticing this right now. So this is, the market was up at one point, I believe 600 and something. So, yep, here we go. Yikes. So watch your longs, unless it is truly, truly something that's trading on its own, with some superlative news. The problem, I'm trying to go short a few of these things that I'm seeing, but the problem is that a lot of them were down 10% yesterday. So consequently, I can't get the short immediately. Again, I'm talking about that blasted uptick rule. I tried to take a short at Tudor, and I just couldn't get a fill. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just a lot of emails happening here. I'm just trying to catch up a little bit. Wow, look at this. Look at this market now, guys. Look at that. Yikes. That is a big, big red candle so far. This is a short the top right now. I mean, there's a lot of these are short the top. Another one not shortable for me is Hertz. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I don't mind the market doing this as long as it maintains that, but doesn't all of a sudden stop and move up. Then that's where you get the real chop. But yikes! Look at CHNR now. Yeah, I mean, this is just. Well, maybe I just wait for these things to start showing up around 130 and let the market do its froth for a while. Just looking at, oh, it is shortable. Look that it's up. It's a little too extended now. LPTX. Yeah, it's a pretty nice place, Coog. Well, Blair, I mean, are you putting in a market order or a limit order? I mean, a market order, obviously, it should go just like that. But if you're putting in a limit order, well, I mean, it depends, right? If it's got how long it hangs at that price. I really haven't seen an issue. But I know you know enough that if the price is changing, if you're putting in a limit, yeah, I haven't noticed that. I have not noticed that, Blair. I can honestly say that it's not anything that I'm going, hey, what's happening? But are you saying the price is holding at your limit? I mean, it's obviously it's possible that there's a whole bunch of other people ahead of you. I guess trying to fit. I guess. I mean, I don't know how that works. The other thing too. I mean, you no, the uptick rule has nothing to do with that. I'm sorry. I was going to say something dumb. I mean, I've had a couple of times I noticed this week, order almost filled or whatever the heck it says, and and then it says filled pretty soon, but the prices remained, where I want to get out. So, well, that's a big sell-off for sure. This market, hard to believe it's going to be positive. I mean, this is a big sell-off. I mean, started off a little bit, but that bar right there, that's a big red bar. I'm actually looking at fossil now as a short. Well, it's interesting because I haven't but I'm always getting out where I want to get out or in when I want to get in. Well, out more mainly. So it just hasn't been a big deal for me. That, of course, would be something to have a chat with IB about if you could ever get a hold of them. Wow, CHNR, not shortable. Look at this. Look at this sell off here. Well, I'm gonna just do this. I'm gonna oh, it just popped up a little bit. I was going to short this at 470. Ah, I missed this one. This was the most excellent one from the AI yesterday. See the short right there at 1367 and a continuation down today for MYGN. I missed this. Didn't hear it. All right. Well, okay. Now we do have a bit of a bottoming tail on that 15-minute candle for the SPY, and it was just getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. So far, so far it's holding. I think all eyes will be on that 200-day moving average. If it takes it out today on the SPY, if it takes it out today, It just basically sat on top of it yesterday. But if it takes it out with any authority, look out. Can an interactive broker's account? I don't know. You'll have to call them. I honestly don't know. Yeah, this is just giving it all up. I mean, this was, $11, $11.50 in the pre-market. This trade actually is, well, it is, I guess technically it is yesterday. Yeah, it is yesterday. But this trade has sort of rescued me. That's why I'm not over anxious to trade anything right now. But this was a trade late in the day yesterday, and I actually held it after hours. I rarely do that. But it looked like it was just holding. And unfortunately, I didn't hold it overnight. Otherwise, it would have had a huge gain in it. And that's the CTIB. So, guys, WAFU, I just want to do a general question on the WAFU also. Anybody have shorts for WAFU, WAFU? Anybody, and if you do, what broker are you using? Just out of curiosity for WAFU? Thinkorswim had shorts for WAFU? Okay. Okay, thank you. So Thinkorswim, so you're a big broker. Okay. So I don't understand. So Thinkorswim, but TD doesn't. TD Ameritrade, right? I thought they were the same. Does that mean never to borrow? Yeah, so because somebody said that, yeah, that's what I thought. So Sammy says that none to borrow. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, Questrade? Oh, are you kidding me? I used to have Questrade. All right, guys, I'm just kind of biding my time right now, watching the SPY to see if this is just a little fake pop. You know, the buyers did step in a bit here. Look at that bottoming tail. Buyers did step in, but I think it would have to close over 305. or move over 305. Hey, you can't stand the market. Yeah, get out. Don't torture yourself. Have a nice weekend. You're in the south of France, aren't you? Well, then I will bid you adieu. And a big bon fin de semaine. How's that? How do you tell if a stock is shortable? At Questrade, no, I haven't had Questrade for years. Okay, that I have not for about 4 years. The only way I could tell if a stock was shortable, and there may be another way, is I would try to short it. So let's just say Unfy. I would put in okay, I want to short Unfy at $100, and it would tell me immediately if it was shortable. I mean, here's the stock at 16, so put some really crazy high price. I want to short 10 shares at 100. That would tell me immediately. There may have been another way, but that's how I used to do it. With IB, it tells you immediately. At least I didn't say bon weekend. Yeah, I grew up in Montreal, so that's my French. Okay, what else is happening? How is that party doing? Ah, guys, this is an IPO. PCVX just opened. This is an IPO. PCVX just opened. And let me just take a look at how many shares were issued. Okay, so that was 15.6 million priced at. I don't see the price it was supposed to come in at. 15.6 million. 16? Thank you. Well, then it is a nice pop above that. How come it's not showing me the price on my IPO calendar? Yeah, no, thank you. I hear that it's 16. No, it's come back down to 19. Okay. Now, this sometimes happens on these IPOs that you have to reload. I don't know why that happens, but I noticed it, no, it hasn't happened in quite a while. See, if I just change the time frame, I don't know why that happens. It happens every now and then. Haven't seen it for months. So just be aware. Ah. I don't know how to help you there, Alex. I mean, what weird symbols? I mean, New York. I mean, obviously, it's outside those then the NYSE, or our database doesn't have everything in there. Yeah, spine not looking good. You're right. That was a brief recovery there on that bottoming tail, little topping tail. Okay, well, I'm gonna see how this works. I'll short. See if I can get this short. Okay, so I just shorted 300 at the market for FOSL in the simulator. Mr. Real, good morning. I see you're keeping banker's hours again. Well, that's a good news. That's great news, isn't it? That's not a headline you like to see, but true. All right, guys. I'm just. What time is it? 11:30 almost. EVK has halted again now on the way up. Yeah, AACY Asia in the this is halted also. I think AACY is halted. Yes, lots of volume that just came into ACY. Wow. Well, what an interesting day. A lot of look at. Oh, that's right. BITA is being bought out. Okay, thank you. BITA is being bought out. No, not all Fridays are like this at all. This is, but you had to kind of expect. I mean, after yesterday being down so much, market's going to be, yes, it had a nice pop this morning, but scared a lot of people yesterday, 1,800 down. And, could this, the only way, it's that first 15-minute SPY candle, or the second one, I guess. I mean, that really has got people thinking, okay, this is just a fake rally, whatever you want to call it, and reality again setting in. I mean, we're going negative. We're negative on the NAS, but it's not. That this is not typical of a Friday or anything like that. Well, guys, I'm not even getting that many alerts. Thank you. Yeah, you too, Leslie. And I've brought that up, by the way, that profit save. Yeah, that shouldn't be. Yeah, sad. I mean, listen, you're asking the wrong person, sort of, but I just don't agree with auto trading. I wouldn't do it, but and I can't tell you, will you be green? There's no way I can tell you that. you know, I think the trading the AI requires some human intervention, man and machine. Love to be able to tell you, yes, just do that and yes, but can't do it. All right, so this one, Wise Key, has been halted also. Wise Key, what's the volume? Yeah, not very much volume. All right, guys. So now we have another bottoming tail in the SPY. I mean, the buyers are trying. I mean, you look at this. See the bottoming tails right there. The buyers are trying. They moved it up. They moved it up. They're trying. What did it get to? Wow, it got right to the 200-day. In fact, just below the 200-day moving average. Are you talking to me, real, or to somebody else? Okay. All right. Well, listen. I mean, this is moment of truth again for the SPY. Look at it. It's trying to form a green bar. Right there. Moment of truth. I mean, it's really struggling. It's really trying to hold that 200-day moving average. As Real calls it, it's the area that it's trying to. And here's one that I haven't seen. New Base Therapeutics, NBSE. Kind of interesting. It's a real choppy looking daily chart. If we get through 845 though, look left, it's got a lot of room. This is for the NBSE. Very choppy though until it gets through. It's not that far away. I'm going to stick an alert for it. There's not really a lot of volume yet. It is trading twice as much as it was normally trade, so well, guys, I've only taken that one real specky trade for the duo this morning, and that's it. Hoping it would get back up to 100. But I am going to really start paying attention to this one around 130. Ugh, ugly, ugly. Daily chart for Annex. Well, this MyGen still has some room to go, guys. I mean, there's the low looking left on that weekly chart, and that's about 1203, so it's just underneath 12. Let's see how well this holds. The only issue is because it was down so much yesterday, it just may be hard to get a short exactly where you want to get it. No, I didn't realize that David Buster's was an earnings play. So play is an earnings play. But chop, chop, chop. Look at you shorting $2 stocks, Real. Well, guys, I'm just not getting a lot of alerts. Let me make sure I've got my alerts sounds are turned on. Just not getting a lot of alerts. All right, guys, keep an eye on this one. This could be really sneaky. This NBSE could be a real sneaky one. It moved above that level I was talking about right there. The high looking left, 845. I mean, it's not beautiful, but I mean, at least it has some room on the daily chart. It's not a lot of volume, so it may not be everybody's, say, cup of tea. Not a lot of volume, but low float. Never know what could happen to this. See if there's any specific news on it. I don't see anything specific on it today, but some volume came into it. Again, it's not a lot of volume. I know somebody's going to say there's no volume. You're absolutely right. My cup of tea in the kitchen. Good. That's got to be an old British expression. All right. Well, the spy's putting in a bit of a rally. A bit of a rally, right there. You can see it's at the high of two candles ago. Bit of a rally. I would say projet. That's what I would say. Trying to remember if I've ever said that word before. Didn't realize. Oh, I see. That's not. I'm not even sure what the French word is for it. If there is a French word, or it's just look at okay MYGN guys. Maybe if it takes out 1209, might get a bounce on it. You know, I'm not a great bounce player, but if it takes out 1209, might get a bit of a bounce on it. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I'm a short old guy project. I see what you're saying. But you can say it two ways if you're projecting something or a project. Well, Michael is trying to tweak the algorithms, but so I mean it's always a work in project. Project. You got me going. It's always a work in progress. Yeah, if you're asking you should ask other people. Yeah, I really don't even try to predict this stuff at all. It was a long haul for AC. That was oh, how long was that? It was halted at 11:12. Just opened now, 11:38. Okay, guys, and my gen might be, I mean, it's obviously it's in bounce mode. Well, I mean, that's a big green candle now. As the market is bouncing, I'm going to flatten out of this position here. Just basically flatten it out. Hallelujah, a bounce trade for me. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't want to jinx it. I don't, I rarely, I can't remember the last time I did one of these. Yeah, I am getting adventurous. Or adventuresome. I'm out. That's it. Enough of a bounce for me. I'm gone. Yeah, 1218 to 1231. That was it. Sorry, 1231, sorry. Spread was okay. Actually, 1230. Sorry, 1230. Just checking my account. All right, next. Who's got a bounce trade for me? Could keep it. Maybe look at some of these ones that trigger a little earlier. 1124. Wow, so we're 1124. So that's quite a while ago. See, pump. Still have a half an eye on the NBSE just in case it, there's a little red bar ignored, just in case it does something a little bit crazy. I know. I'm just a trader like you guys. I just have to be talking to you. That's all. Oh, is it ever? Wow, what did it get up to? Dollar, that is huge, huge, percentage decreases. It's still positive. I mean, it's still up 61%. So, I have to take that into account. But man, oh man. Okay, Sonny is telling me to watch CTIB at 420 for a bounce. Okay. See, I'd be looking at about 432. I'm looking right there in that 5-minute chart. Maybe 432. Taking all this out, and maybe. Now it looks a little different on the 15. Looks better on the 15 for talking that level. Well, guys, I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes. Let's see who'll be in YouTube today. Let's see. Well, as I was asking who is on today, so there is CTIB. Interesting. Well, it was great. I just couldn't get it where you guys can say it for me. Definitely, that would have been awesome to get right at 432. What did it pop up to? 480? Is that what it got up to? 475? And it's right back down though. So I mean, it's quick, really quick. Yeah, sugar is about. I think I am amazed in how many years now I've been doing this live. Almost 5 years now. I don't think I've said anything inappropriate. Well, Bill has his moments, but he's actually a really good guy. It's funny. Yeah, true enough, Locutus. Yeah, a bit of sort of a pun there, yes. No laughing matter, yes. Well, the CTIB, remember from where it came. Wow, look at the CTIB now. I'm not in it anymore, guys. I'm sorry, I wasn't in it. I wanted to get in at 30, 32. Didn't get the trade. Really watching it though. I mean, remember this hit what 1184. 11.50 in the pre-market. Yeah, you might be right. I mean, this is, remember, 3 days ago. Was it 3 days ago? Yeah, 3 days ago. This hit almost $30 IMRN. It's a low float. 3.5 million in the float. Okay, guys, XRF. This is now through the 200-day moving average, 250, barely. There's that big green line right there. 2 days ago, the high was 270. This is a China stock, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, well, DSAP, one slip up on a mic can destroy a career. So, give me a moment here, guys. I'm putting myself on mute, just following some emails here. Right. Wow. CHNR. Look at the collapse of this. Not shortable for me, unfortunately. Look at the collapse. $6 down to two, basically 2/3. It capped up to the 200-day moving. Well, now it's still it's still above the 200-day moving average, but look at this. What a candle. The Dreamer, you would be surprised. Guys, ATIF, look at it just got halted. Look at ATIF. Look at the volume it just came into ATIF. Now look at CTIB. Wow. This is why, I mean, I'm just not a, I mean, granted, you got to be quick. You got to be awfully quick for some of these. And this had nothing to do with the market. The market, it's not like put in a big bar. So you have $100,000 NA as your, you have $100,000. So it's possible. I don't know what you're doing exactly, how many trades you've taken, but you have $100,000 to start with. That's the default in the paper trading. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I mean, give me an example. I don't have like an answer for that, because I mean that would be my, if you're not trying to trade more than $100,000, I don't know why it would. You're sure you don't have a lot of trades that you maybe not seeing that are swing trades? I mean, is that possible? Otherwise, I'm going to have to send you to our tech. I really don't know. You're 100% sure you don't have a bunch of positions open that you're not aware of? Hmm. I have no answer for that. I'm sorry. I'll have to send you to our homepage, and they might ask you. Yeah, they might ask you to send something or have a take a. I don't know if they can actually look at yours. See, real. The dreamer knows a more about this stuff than I do. Exposure. Yeah, so I'm out of everything, so that's why I'm not exposed. Jack on the move. It is on the move. I'd like to see it over $1, and it's already kind of extended, so I'm not that wild about it. Also, take a look at the weekly chart. Lots and lots of resistance, not that far away. 112 for JAKK. Yeah, it's a crazy trader right now. I mean, again, has the financing price been disclosed yet? I still don't see a financing price for it. Other than the 60 million shares, I don't see a financing price for it. But this is pretty ugly right now. But yeah, I mean, if it gets over 4, it might have another little run. But it's already done. It's already destroyed a few people, by popping up here. But you're right. It's trying to crawl back a little bit. I don't think Real has a lot of topless windows. Ooh, is okay. I am out of the YouTube feed, guys. Thank you, Dave. So we'll see.
Testing 1, 2. All right, guys, this is Andy. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support session. Let me know, guys, if you can hear me out there. Be great if we made a smooth transition here. We usually do. So testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you. Autolicus? Autolic? I'm not sure how to say that, but I'll just call you Auto from here on out. Hi, Street Bob. How are you, buddy? All right, guys. Once again, welcome to the Friday support edition. And what this is, we break into Barry's room, kind of commandeer it for an hour, and we open this up for support. We can also share some ideas. It doesn't have to be only trade ideas support, but that's its main purpose. But if you want to talk about any type of trading, we can do that too. So take a look at the market as we speak. And I was kind of, remember I telling the guys I trade with, I was really a little bit leery about this big gap up after anytime you have that kind of selling, to gap this, market up 1.5%, it's like, I don't know. So I actually faded the market this morning. So just kind of let you know what my strategy was coming in after yesterday. But man, who knows? We may bounce back and do a perfect doji. Then set up and see what happens over the weekend. All right, let's see if I'm just going to check to see if we got, we got a smooth transition. Plenty of people in here. Hello, Toronto the Great. I am trying to understand how VWAP works. The lower the number, the higher the number. Wait, the lower the number, the higher the number? Better or worse? Well, VWAP is just the value weighted price. Volume weighted, I believe. Yeah, is it volume weighted? Yeah, volume weighted price. I don't use VWAP. Keep mine pretty basic. I have for years. I use, you can see there, just straight up moving averages. Only focus on one moving average on my 15-minute chart, and that would be the 10-period moving average. And then of course I have about 4 major moving averages on my daily chart. But the volume weighted, yes, thanks, Michael. Volume weighted average price, it just takes into consideration the volume. Okay, so it's a little bit different than what you're going to have in your moving averages. Your regular simple moving averages are not going to look at have anything to do with volume. Okay, and there's no, it's just a tracking line. Okay, so there's no, you say which is better or worse, higher, but that has nothing to do with, it's just basically a line for you to track the volume weighted average price of the stock. Now, I don't even know indicators. Do we have VWAP? Yeah, let's put it in here. And we'll change it. We'll make it a red real quick just so we can take a look at it. You can see I do not use this. I know Brian Shannon. So here is your VWAP compared to a basic, just your 10-period moving average SMA. Okay, you can see the difference there. And like I said, you probably Michael Noss would be able to explain that better to you, but it just takes volume into consideration and creates your line there based upon the average price, with volume being and it having an impact on that. But like I said, there's no better, the thing a lot of people do will just look and see if the stock is trading above it, like the SPYs right now. You can see it was broke down below that for a while. Now it's back above it, so a lot of people would be looking at that VWAP to see if it can hold right now. Basically, so if it gets way extended, it's like any other moving average. Okay, a lot of times when it gets a long ways away from these averages, they have a tendency to have a reversion to the mean or something like that. A lot of people play that. Same thing as kind of Bollinger Bands, but not my big, not a big indicator that I use at all. But I know Shannon's big on it. I just always like to keep it simple. There's nothing wrong. It doesn't matter what you use. There's no better indicators. It's, what can you use to help you profit? And if you're profitable, it doesn't matter if you're flipping, well, I wouldn't say flipping a coin, but you know what I'm saying. David Lee Roth in the house. Hi, David. No, it's not similar to VIX at all. Okay, VIX is looking at the amount of put buying going on in the market. And I had talked about this in my webinar yesterday, guys. And I can't tell you how often this can really prepare you for this downturn that we saw the other day in the market. And I want to bring it up again just in case you did not catch my webinar, but we don't have futures indexed here, so I have to look at the VXX, even though it's a little bit funky and distorted and toxic, but nonetheless, you can still get a good idea. When the market was going to highs back over here, the VIX stopped going down and actually started going up with the market. Okay, so when you see that, and I'm telling you, it only happens maybe once or twice a year if you're lucky. But anytime I see that, it's a red flag for me as far as the continued bull market. And I'll show you here, SPY. Okay, this is on the 5th right here. Okay, the 5th of June. Let's go look at the SPYs. So this is the 5th of June right here. Okay, so what happened is the VIX stopped going down on this day. We had a gap up, and the market was moving higher, and so was the VIX. And then on this day, once again, market moved higher, and so did the VIX. Anytime you see that, you got to ask yourself what's happening. Okay, well, what's happening is a lot of smart money, a lot of people who've been long, probably for a long time, they're getting nervous, and they're starting to buy puts to protect their longs. Okay, when you see that, that's a sign of nervousness. People have been hanging on to those winnings a little bit too long, and they're getting nervous. And I can't tell you how many times when I see that, you get a big reversal in the market. So it's not something that I trade a lot, the VIX, but I will keep it, every day I'll take a look at it to see how it's trading. And when I get that decoupling, what I mean by decoupling is normally when the market goes up, the VIX is going to go down. But when you get that decoupling and the VIX starts moving higher with the market, be careful. It can help you to maybe get out of your longs sooner and possibly even get short and make some money to the downside. Is there an indicator which reflects the VIX? No, the best thing to do is just watch the VIX. Now, that's your best indicator. I don't know of any sort of comparison, a decoupling indicator or anything like that. But the best thing to do is just kind of keep an eye on it. And I'm not saying you have to have it up and watching it at all times, but just pull it up maybe once or twice a day, and you can get an idea. It's not good for trading, though. I mean, if you hit it right, like in other words, if you saw this on this day and you're like, wow, this is not going down anymore, it's going up with the market, boy, you can make some money with it, but just be careful. Over time, you're gonna get beaten up on this thing. Why can't you add VIX to my liked symbols? I don't know why you couldn't. Let me just click on the heart there, and I was able to heart it. Now, Damien, probably what you've done is sometimes it takes maybe up to 3 to 5 minutes to cycle through the list and appear on your my liked symbols. So give it some time. If it doesn't come up, after 5 minutes, hit me up. But it shouldn't. You can add ETFs unless you have. No, there wouldn't be anything in there because you can't configure my liked as far as keeping anything out of it. excluding anything. Okay, Siegel says, hi Siegel, I'm slowly picking this up, but would like some help where to focus. I prefer to trade long, but there are so many scans. Where should I focus? Well, the first thing I'd ask you, Siegel, is what type of trading do you like to do? Are you looking for scalping? Are you looking for like all day trades? I mean, all day long trades, which I think people, if you're going to be a day trader, should probably focus on that. A lot of people, I think, would do much better if they quit trying to play the scalping game. Swing. Okay, swing trading. Yeah, I got some great windows for swing trading. Let me pull up my Epic pen real quick. Well, the first thing I want to do is, before I even talk about my swing trading alerts and scans, I'm going to talk about, do not discount momentum alerts for possible CLDX was probably one of them. Okay, the CLDX would have been coming through this momentum alert right here. Now, probably not a good example, because I don't want to teach people to get in, $2 and $3 stocks and hold them for days, because you can get in trouble. But I'm using just that as an example. A lot of times, the very first day of a big move, which will come through a momentum alert like these two that I have up, will continue to run for days. Okay, so don't think just because a window is designed to catch volume and price movement that it is only for scalping. That is so wrong. Okay, some of your best swing trades can come from momentum alerts, and that is because the first day, of a swing, a move, a big, maybe 2-week move, will come with a huge first day, huge volume, big move. So I want to point that out. Do not be afraid to swing trade momentum alerts. Now, what you do want to be looking for breakouts and technical reasons why you might want to hold on to it. But if everything lines up, yeah, don't be afraid to. Too many people jump in momentum alerts and scalp it for 10 cents when they should be trying to scalp it for $10. So, or not scalp it, but holding on. So, everything I preach, guys, is coming from experience of like making a living off the market for 17 years, being a scalper, and I know how difficult it is, and it really got more difficult, as high frequency trading came into the market. That was something that started back around 2007, and it's like, whoa, something's going on here. So I have had to adjust my style, and now, well, I'm busy with trade ideas too, but now, me and a few of the other guys trade a little fund, and we're killing it just by, looking for 2 and 3 day moves. So instead of 2 and 3 minute moves. And the reason I tell you this, I'm not trying to dissuade you from being a day trader, but I just know how hard it is. And if you are going to be a day trader, if the people I've seen that make more money, they hold the trades for 2 or 3, 4 or 5 hours, not 2 or 3 minutes. Not to say that you can't do it, but I'm just saying it's a tough racket. All right, now, what you want to do to find some more swing trades, go to the Trader's Vault. All right, if you do not have a channel bar up, you can go to New. You can launch everything we have in the channel bar. Go to New and just click on Channel Bar, and that'll bring up this bar right here. And then go to Trader's Vault. Okay. And what I would focus on, I put these all in the bottom part, the bottom line there. Let me just circle them for you. Pull it up and then take a look at all these right here. These are the swing traders. Of course, I mentioned this Master Blaster and I mentioned this Extreme. These are two ones I have on my window. Even though they're momentum, these can be great swing traders too. Okay, don't feel like, once again, just because it's momentum you have to day trade it. No, not at all. But there you go. I take a look at these. This bullish daily candlestick, and they have some really good swing trades in it. The ones I like the most are the bottoming tail and the green bar reversal. Pull back above this 50 SMA will show you some very good setups where you can do nightly scans. These symbols will freeze in here in the evening, and they'll show you a nice little bullish pattern where the stock is sold off for like 5 days and starting to possibly reverse. That's a good one. This is Michael's. I haven't had a chance to look at it, but I know he's been doing very well with this rounded bottoms. I think it's the same one he's using. He talked about it. He can verify if he's still in here. Bull flag daily setup. You won't get a lot in this, but when you do, pay attention. Revenue growth fishing. This, if we get a sell-off in the market for 3 or 4 days, and this may start to fill up again. Right now, there's nothing in there. But anyway, look at that bottom section there. Trying to think if I see any more in here that could be used for. Sometimes you can catch some good ones in here, maybe for a swing trade, this jam down and this random acts of violence. All right, so I hope you took note of that, Siegel. Oh, I'm not sure when he does his videos, Debbie, on swing trades. You'll have to ask him. I don't. I guess he probably stepped away. He probably just came in to make sure everything was working properly. Let me go back and get some questions on Holly. So let me go back into the my layout. Oh, yeah, that's Michael is under Trade Ideas LLC, I guess. He was talking about that bottoming, the one I mentioned, the rounded bottom. All right, somebody asked, let me go back up here. How is Holly? Make sure I didn't miss anything first, guys. Hold on. How is Holly 2.0 doing lately? Is she killing it in this market? Probably the best performer, if you look back since probably over the last 7-8 months, is Neo. Now, last couple of days has been tough. Anytime, and I can just tell you from experience, guys, and you may want to just make a mental note of this, that anytime you have a big gap up, say over 1% in either direction, it's kind of tough on Holly. Okay, because we design these, a lot of our patterns are based on daily chart patterns. Okay, maybe like, for example, maybe stocks taking out the high of the previous day, and then when you get a big gap up and the stock gaps way above that high, it may throw out all of those possible alerts that would have went off. So anytime you see a big gap, okay, just maybe, that's the thing about trading. That's the thing about alerts and windows. They're not always going to produce all the time. Okay, you got to learn how to take all the variables in the market, piece them together, and then decide if you want to even make a trade or not. Okay, so don't feel like you have to come in every day and make a trade, especially Fridays. Fridays can be very tough. If I go back over my history, if I probably just would have taken off on Fridays, I would have made a lot more money. But anyway. 2.2. I'd have to go look at Holly 2.0. I haven't run a test on it to see how well it's doing. Michael, if he knows, could throw something in here, but I haven't tested it yet, and I'd have to go into our back office, and I can't do that in front of you guys. All right. Can all these be combined into one window? Now, if you're talking about all the stocks I showed you in the Traders Vault, Toronto, there's no way to combine all the. As a matter of fact, that brings up a good point. Some people have been telling me lately. Of course, we've had some volume coming into the market. If you're running a multi-strategy, guys, okay, in the early, maybe first 15 minutes of the day, and you're running tons of strategies, I know there's one out there called High of Day Momo Scanner where it has like about a dozen or so strategies in it. That's a lot of data trying to pump through. Okay, think about 1,000 people all rushing for the exit door at one time. You get this bottleneck. Well, if you're running tons and tons of strategies in one window, okay, that's tons of data coming into this one window, and you will get bottleneck, and it will slow down and maybe about a minute or two late. So I recommend, this is probably the most I would ever have, and I have some volume filters and some parameters in here set up that will keep it from running real fast. If you're just running basic strategies with high-low tickers in there and you're trying to funnel that thing all through one window, you got to be careful. So to get back to your question, Toronto, now you can't combine everything I just showed you into one window. It's just you want to find out what works for you, and build you. I just basically look at basically about 5 windows. I do have some down here that I'll pull up every now and then, but for the most part, I like to keep it simple. All right, Michael's chiming in there. Debbie, are you talking to me or Michael? Your channels populate on a different monitor than where I want them. Yeah, well, what you can do, here's what you can do. All right, first of all, if you've saved everything under your default layout, okay, you're probably not going to be able to do this, because understand what a default layout is. Okay, we have free floating windows, means you can move these to any monitors that you want. Okay, you can move these around and they're free floating. So it's by design, because I have some windows on other monitors. You may want to build your platform around your order entry window from where you trade. So if you do that and then save it under default layout, you're not going to be able to just navigate and pull your toolbar anywhere you want to and change your default layout. Your default layout's assuming you want every window where it is placed. Now, if you want to pull up a channel and have it pull up on another monitor, I'll show you what to do. Just take this toolbar to whatever monitor you want it to be on. Put it where you want it. Usually I like mine in the upper left hand corner, but you can put it anywhere. And then what you want to do is go to Tools, go to Options, and then you want to go to Layouts, and then Open Relative to Main Window. You want to put a check in there. Okay? All right, so if you do that and then you pull up your channel bar, it's going to open up under wherever your toolbar, wherever you put that toolbar and did that. Of course, you want to save it if you want to do that every time. But so that's what you do. Remember to move this to wherever monitor you want it to be on, and then Tools, Options, Layouts, Open Relative to Main Window. Check that. Hope you got that, Debbie. Oh, great. How do I save it? Well, once you do that, you just File, Save Layout, and I would probably save it under a different name, because what you're eventually going to want to do is you're going to want to build your default layout, okay? And once you get all your windows like you like and everything positioned where you want it, you want that one to be your default layout, because this is a layout that's going to open up every time when you open up trade ideas. When you fire it up in the morning, it's going to open up your default layout. So if you're just doing this, you can save it as your default layout, but just remember that's going to be the one that opens up every time on the monitor wherever you put that. And then what you can do is start building around it and then keep adding to it. You can always overwrite your default layout. You just go back and resave it, and it'll ask you, are you sure you want to overwrite your default layout? Just say yes. So I have multiple channels of my own, so I don't really use the. Okay, yeah. Then when you go, just save it on your own. Just make sure you save it and name it, and then when you pull up that layout, it's going to be exactly on the monitor you put this and saved it. It's not going to open like all your other layouts that you saved under other names. It's not going to open up them, because once again, you're saving a layout. Your servers are thinking, oh, okay, this is where she wants this. I'm going to leave it here. So make sure you build a layout that if you want this on another monitor and your channel bar, that you do the method I told you to do, and then save it under whatever name you want to save it under. Okay, Stephanie says, so far as a swing, what do you think about getting into ABR today? All right, let's take a look. Okay, it's a trust. It looks pretty good. It looks like it's an investment trust. It doesn't look bad. What I'm doing at this time, just to be honest with you, I'm not gonna. I would not get in this today, so I can't advise you on possibly getting in it today. But I don't want to tell you not to, and then it ends up going higher. I'm just going to give you the reasons, that I'm kind of in a wait and see, and still, short. I did cover some, but I'm still short the market. But I'm looking at this from yesterday. Big volume bar, big sell-off. My thinking is this could be a continuation, because we've had such a big move up. We've had probably a 28% move up off these bottoms, so it wouldn't surprise me for it to come down here and maybe test, this level where I have a price alert set right there. If the market comes down to there, I may be real interested in looking for some possible entries, or we may come down to the 50-period moving average. This may not happen, okay? But this is the way I'm playing it. I'd rather be safe than jump in too soon and be wrong. Okay, I know there's always going to be opportunity out there in the market to make money, but when I see a candle like this we had yesterday, and it's very possible we could do like an inside day today. Thought it might be a narrow range, but it might not be a narrow range. So I am going to wait, because the last thing I want to do is get in on a Friday going into a weekend, and then we end up gapping down and just blowing all the way down to this 10-period moving average. That being said, I mean, there's things that I like about that. What was it, ABR? I mean, it's up 7% today, but it did sell off yesterday, a doji yesterday. I would like for it to stay above the 10-period moving average. If it drops below that, there's a chance it could, drop in this level. Notice some of the banks are hanging on today. Citigroup is up, BAC, and a lot of your investment pools. I noticed some of them doing well. So I'm not going to tell you. Obviously, I can't tell you what to do, but I'm just giving you reasons why I'm kind of sitting on my hands now as far as being along the market. This was a pretty good sell-off there on huge and pretty big volume. I don't think it was panic selling, but it's still enough to make me think there could be some continuation. All right. All right, looks like we're caught up. Debbie says your tip on managing the monitors works like a charm. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Debbie. Glad that worked for you. Yeah, it's a little bit quirky, and a lot of people don't understand why we don't have a container window. And it's something that I've always used free floating windows. I like them because what I do is I move them around, and I usually set my default layout, and then I don't touch it again. If I ever want to see anything behind my Window, I just collapse everything, and here's a little trick, guys. Okay, if you just want everything out of the way, maybe you want to look at a web page, you can always collapse everything. All right, and then to bring it back up, just go and hit on the toolbar, and it brings it back up. I notice, Stephanie says, I notice when I switch from a 5-minute to a 15-minute or any other time frame on a stock, the moving averages change. Why? Yes, because, okay, this is a 10, don't think of it as a 10-minute, okay? This is a 10-period moving average, okay? So this is a 10-period moving average based upon whatever chart I have up. So you can see here, this is a 10-period moving average based upon a 15-minute chart. The price is at 304. Well, look over here on the daily. This is also a 10-period moving average. On the daily, it's at 312. It's looking at the periods. Okay, so on a 5-minute chart, this 10-period moving average, wait, what am I doing? If I go to 5-minute chart, this 10-period moving average is at 304.74. Looks like no, 304, 80. And let's go to the 15-minute, and it's at 304.10. So what this is doing, okay, this is getting the average price based on a 15-minute time period. Okay, so this is looking at the last 10 candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It looks at the closing price of this 15-minute candle and then creates, looks like you got it, then creates a moving average based upon that closing price. And then, of course, with the 5, it's totally different. You're going to have different numbers in there. Just going to look at the averaging the closing, yes. Very few people is the name. I'll call him Very, or maybe he wants to go by a few. Hi, quick question. Is there a way to open a new layout without it opening on top of the existing layout? Currently, when I open a new layout, the windows combine. Okay. If you're in, now Barry doesn't even like to talk about it anymore because look to see if you have pinned windows. So what you want to do is right click in a window, go to properties, and no, I'm sorry, it's just under right here, it's pinned. Okay, so if you right click in a window, make sure this is not checked, because it sounds like to me if you opening a new layout and it's opening on top of your existing layout, that means you have to have pinned windows. Now, there's an easy way to fix that, because really, if you have pinned windows, it can get you in a lot of trouble. Because what ends up happening, if you're going back and forth between layouts, you can end up pinning a lot on top of each other. And trust me, I've experienced this, and when you get so many that your system bogs down, it can be very difficult to get rid of them, because everything just kind of freezes. So what you probably want to do right now, okay, is go to Windows, and put Close All Pinned. All right, and that's going to close all of your pinned windows. Okay, none of your windows are pinned, and you still have a layout opening on top of an existing layout. Yeah, that. And you're not on the web version, are you? Nope. Okay. Yeah, you probably want to. I don't know what would be happening if you don't have anything pinned. And so I'll show you right here. Let's say I go to a load layout, and I go to a wealth channel that I created. Okay, see, everything closes and it just pulls. There's nothing behind here. Everything is just closed. And then when I go, so when you do this, your other windows do not clear, right? Okay, Michael's trying to help you. So Michael is saying, let's see, also make sure clear previous layout clicked when you're saving it to the cloud. Yeah, if you continue to have issues after trying what I told you and then what Michael told you, you're just gonna have to come get one of our techs to come through, because no, I have not seen that. How is the ask price on a stock figured? Is it based on stops or orders waiting? Orders waiting. Okay, so basically you have what's called a bid and an ask. Okay, that is just orders where people are offering out the stock. Okay, and that is basically, yeah, it's just an order. So it's not based on any sort of stop. Yeah, it's not, or anything, or any kind of print. It's just an order. So you have a bid and ask like you would in lots of markets. You know, just the best price versus the best offer. Okay, SPY's back down below its 10 period moving average. Having a hard time pushing higher today. Brian, you eat too loud. I'm sorry. I'm actually, it's probably a Coke. You hear me slurping on a Coke over here. I'll move my mic down. Yeah, what I need is a new mic. It's not very, or it is too sensitive as far as picking up the background noise. Ah, I like it. New spokesperson for Coke. This, yeah, I remember I had it on the other day and I tried to push it down below my mouth, and Steve said he could hear it going down my throat. Excuse me. All right. Okay, looks like the clear previous layout helped the issue. Well, good, good. I'm glad you figured that out. Sometimes I have seen a drop down menu next to the channel bar. What is that for? And why don't I see it on my system? A drop down menu next to the channel bar. I'm not sure. Are you talking about the settings button? Because nothing would be next to it. Everything's going to be contained inside the channel bar. So the only thing where you have an opportunity to go in edit any settings, let's go into this little gear here. Okay, if you go to that gear, you can edit your channels, things like that. But I don't. There's not a drop down menu, not that I know of. I think I would know. Okay, Stephanie said. So you said Fridays are bad. No, no, I'm not. Not every Friday. Not every Fridays. I was saying Fridays can be very difficult for trading in general. Uh, but no, I don't think every Friday is bad to hold stocks. There can be there can be many Fridays where I think it's great to hold stocks, but when I see action like I saw yesterday, and then I'm seeing this action today where we're having a hard time, big gap up, nothing, you know, really but selling, and so to me, personally, it's just not a good weekend for, and it's just. I'm not telling you not to hold stocks, and then we get a big gap up on Monday, and you're mad at me. I'm just telling you what I prefer to do in this situation. We've had a huge move, okay, followed by a very ugly, ugly day yesterday. Lots and lots of selling, and then today I'm not seeing that much difference. Now it's better than it was yesterday. It's up on the day, but only because it gapped way up. Okay, if this thing would have opened up flat and you got the same price action, we'd be down again. So for me, I would just rather, sit on the sidelines, and then, like I said, there'll always be opportunity. If we gap up and go, I'm not worried about missing a few cents here or there, but I don't want to wake up to a follow through Monday where we gap down just like this day and just get crushed. Okay, yeah. If you trade weekly options that expire the same day, yeah. I know some guys who did that. That's not my bag. But I've always pretty much been just a common trading the common stock. I do buy options now for longer term holds, but yeah, I don't day trade options. No, not at all. She says so. Stephanie says if the week is negative, Friday is probably not the best day to hold. I'm not saying that. I mean, you could have a negative week. Let's say, find an example. Maybe you have a negative week in a upward. Okay, here's a good example. Maybe say this is a Friday right here. Let me pull it out. Let's say you've had a nice little move up from this low, and then you had a pullback here, and that's a Friday. I don't know what day it's on, but let's say you had a pullback and it is really close. It's right on the trend. Kind of got maybe a nice trend here. Okay, maybe this is a Friday. I'm not saying that I would definitely hold here. And I'd probably look for a better example, maybe where it's on the 10-period moving average or something like that. But you had a nice retracement back to a level. I could see where if some stocks out there were setting up the same way, I would take a chance on a Friday or something like that in an upward trend. But when you come through and you're breaking, by the way, I mentioned in the webinar right here, look at this right here, guys, going back to look how important this line is. So here's what you have here. We're closed, right? And that's where we went to today, and we bounced. If you look right there, we're right at this major trend line, and we're also right at the 200-day moving average, which is now basically a flat line, which means over the last 200 days, we're kind of right at the average. So we are at a critical level here. And if it wasn't for this big, long, ugly day yesterday, and this was a nice little orchestrated sell-off down here, I might be interested in buying and holding into the weekend. It's more having to do with this day than anything. This big, ugly red day right there. And on greater than volume. Look at that volume compared to this volume as we went higher. Now, the reason I say I really don't think it's panic selling, look at this, is panic selling. This is capitulation selling right here, these 2 days and this day. But it's so, I don't know if and when the market's going to bounce. I just feel like, for me, I don't think it's a good weekend to hold. You're welcome, Stephanie. No problem. Yeah. But one thing I do like, we are at a major level. I mean, 200 day, if we do break this, okay? Because to me, honestly, trend lines are more important than moving averages. When these trends are broken, they can get really ugly fast. So if we do have a gap down, it could be a really fast move downward. Because not only are we breaking the 200 day, we're breaking a major trend line going back to the lows over here. So you really want to, keep that in the back of your mind if you are long and you're coming into a gap down on Monday. Yep, there you go. You got it, Stephanie. All right, I got about 10 more minutes in here. Still got a good crowd. Great questions today. Hold on, did I miss one? Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me get this gentleman's here. I have not used trade ideas much. Can you filter trades and set alerts with certain strategies and trade ideas? For example, SMA crossing a 30. You're limited on what you can do there, and I'll show you what we have. Excuse me, as far as crosses goes. Let me just pull up a alert window, a new one. Start from scratch and go to the search function. This is how you find what we have. And let's just type in the word cross. We have a lot of them. Let me type in the word SMA cross. There we go. All right, so here's what we have. And I'm not sure the time frame on a 15-minute chart. Okay, 15-minute. Now, let me just do this. 15. This is what we're going to have. 8 period crossing the 20 period. Okay, we're going to have an 8 period crossing above and below, and then a 20 period crossing a 200. You're going to be basically confined to those. Now, the one thing about our crossing patterns that I don't like, and it's just the way our servers, our technology was built, these 15-minute candles have to close before you're going to get the alert. So it doesn't happen in real time. Okay, so I know that's disappointing for a lot of people. It's disappointing for me. I don't. Once again, I don't use these, but if you are trading them, the bar has to close, and then before you're going to get alert on that. Siggy slip in today. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's I don't know. For me, it was like I said. I was already short coming into the day, and then I actually faded the move this morning, the gap up. So didn't do all that bad at all. So it just didn't make sense to me. We have this kind of day yesterday where we have nothing but selling, and then we're going to gap up, 1.5%, 2%. It just. Yeah, I just talk about it, Siggy. I think we're sitting at very critical levels right now, and it's this major trend line drawn from the low. Okay, I drew that trend line. We're sitting right at it, and also we have the 200-day moving average. So basically, using the low of today, using the low today and yesterday are key levels. I think that's really all you got to focus on. I don't know if we'll go back through it before we close today, But if we don't, that's an area I would not, if I was long, want to see it gap down below, because it could, like I said, get really ugly fast if it does. No, yeah, unfortunately, you cannot customize the SMAs. It's what you have. If we're not pulling that data, obviously, if we were pulling that data, we would have it available to you. But since we're not pulling that data, it can't be customized, and that's really beyond my scope. I don't understand a lot of that. Michael could probably explain it better. Yeah, I could share my SPY chart with you. Let me just right click, share a save to cloud, share and save, copy all, and I'll drop it in the chat here. You're welcome. Now it's not going to save my drawings. You're going to have to do any draw. I don't think it will, but it'll save. It should save all the moving averages. Any plans to add Bollinger Bands? Debbie, yeah, Michael was asking us for some input and things we'd like to see, and once again, I think Michael's probably stepped off by now, but there are going to be some more indicators coming, okay? And if I had to guess, I'd probably say Bollinger Bands would be one of them, but don't hold, my feet over the fire, if that's the correct term, if they're not. And there's no ETA on this. He just started working on it, but I don't know about the parabolic SAR. They are very helpful in establishing stops. Well, you can always submit that, Debbie. Feature request, submit it to info. I'll type it in. Excuse me. Okay, Street Bob, I missed yours. Let's see, please set alert to trigger a pullback below the 8 EMA and above the 20 EMA. Yeah, that's going to be. We don't have EMAs in our alerts. Okay, wait, do we have those now? You can tell the things I don't use. I'm always been an SMA kind of guy. No. I think we may be talking about adding them, but once again, it's not easy when it comes to adding a lot of these things if the technology was not previously already built into our network. So you're not going to be able to do anything right now with EMAs, or you're going to be confined to SMAs. But you can definitely, what you can do if you're using SMAs is you can do change SMA. So we have all these change from SMAs. So if you're looking for a stock to be pulling back to like any of these SMAs, you can always just add like an 8-day SMA and add that filter. And then you can kind of bracket this, all right? So in other words, this is change from 8 SMA. So if you want to find stocks that are pulling back to that level, all you got to do is bracket it. I would do something like a negative 0.05 to maybe a positive 0.05, and then that would bracket that. So anytime it got close to that 8 SMA, it would pull up. Now you would have to use this with an alert, maybe a 15-minute low, a new low, whatever you want to choose, and that's how you bracket this. We do a lot of stuff with our 10. We love the 10-period SMA, so we do a lot of stuff bracketing that, so we see stocks that are coming down to the 10-period moving average. A couple of them are in the, or I know at least one of them are in the Trader's Vault. Look for the one called Jam Down. Yeah, you know what? Between those SMAs, you're going to have to. What you would do is just like if you want it above the 8 SMA, you would do just like what I showed you and just put a minimum of 0. Okay, Bob? You would put a minimum of 0 in the 8 SMA, change from 8 SMA. That would mean it would be, let me see in your example what you wanted below or above. Okay, below the SMA. So 8. So what you would do is you put a max of 0. Put a max of 0 in the 8, change from 8 SMA. And then above the 20, you do just the opposite. You would put a 0 in the minimum. Change from, does that make sense? Let me know if you need me to show you. Yeah, we're working on that. Me and Michael really want that, having a rolling stop, an advanced stop, to where you can use the 10 SMA. That would be okay. Great. All right, I'm going to show you this. Okay, so what you would do in that situation, like I said, you can use whatever alert you want, but if you want to find stocks in the parameters that you just selected, go to search, type in change 8 SMA. Now you can do a 15-minute. I don't know if you're what time period. Are you looking for a daily, or are you looking for a minute one? Intraday. Well, I'll show you. It works the same if you're using a daily. What you do is just go to 15-minute and add filter. If you're using an intraday one, okay, and change from 8 SMA, you want to put a 0 in the max. All right, and then what you'd want to do is go to change from 20. Okay, you just do the same thing for 5-minute. I'm showing you a 15-minute, but you could just do a 5-minute, add filter, and then what you'd want to do is do a 0 in the min for that. That would assure the stock is below. Okay, all you do is click on our show me button. The price is below the 8-period SMA. 20-period, the price is above the 20-period SMA. So that's all you got to do. The one you want it below, put a 0 in the max. The one you want it above, put a 0 in the min. All right, guys. Barry is streaming now, so I am going to sign off. I got to get on the road real quick, but great questions. Thank you, guys. I'll be transferring you back to Barry right now. Have a great weekend, everyone.
You're giving me a new one if that's the case. Are you telling me that compare counts are not considered like true layouts? All right. Well, you see, of course, all my windows are pinned, so for me, that's it won't be a good barometer. All my windows are pinned, so I won't lose my layout. But yeah, I certainly don't trade or life. I don't. I don't auto trade, so I can't help you there. I don't know if somebody else has anything they want to share with you. All right, well, you have me intrigued anyway. No, not my real account. No, I was demonstrating auto trading my watch list in the simulator, but no. All right, guys, I have taken this. I'm going to try this. I've tried it. Well, I'm in COCP at 134. I want to see if that has any sort of a lift on this one. Well, one of the reasons Trader Life is I don't trade that much. I'm not in so many trades at the same time. And so I don't want to be in a lot of trades at the same time. So it doesn't interest me. I'd rather if I get an alert, I want to take a look at it a little bit longer on a chart to make sure it's something I might want to trade. Just because, if you're auto trading, of course you've got a strategy and you've got all the rules in there, but sometimes the rules, it may be taking something, and to me, if I look at the daily or the weekly or the monthly chart, or maybe it's even extended, I wouldn't take the trade normally. So, I mean, I don't mind waiting. I don't mind waiting. I'm not saying nobody should auto trade, but it's just not for me. Okay, one moment, please. So again, when I'm talking about this is not a recommendation to either do it or not to do it in terms of auto trading. You're asking me what I do, and this is not to slam. I mean, listen, Michael auto trades all the time, so. But it's just not for me. I mean, it's just one of those things. So am I back in the YouTube feed? Have the guys left? I'm going to just check, checking to see if I'm back in YouTube. Just reading now a Reels comment, yes. We look like we're having a green bar ignored forming on the SPY, guys. Sort of a green bar ignored forming on the SPY. So watch your longs if they're not kind of trading on their own. There's that green bar. We have that three red candles. Then we have that green candle. Now, obviously the bottoming tail is not covered by the previous candle, but there's another red candle forming. So definitely keep an eye on your longs if they're not kind of trading on their own. And I'll be doing my video pretty soon. Not too much, not too exciting. Really, the only exciting thing for me was just talking about the CTIB trade from yesterday and then after hours. Other than that, not a heck of a lot going on for me today. Is he talking now? Okay. All right, guys, I will be doing my video now. I don't know if the guys have left the YouTube feed, but I will be back. Oh, I'm sorry if this was stocks only. Yeah, take it off topic like Real is saying, please. Yes, thank you. Okay, guys, so we'll see you at around 1:30. All right, guys, I am now back and I have sold some at 140, what was that, 145 for the COCP. That's from 134. Not a bad little move. I'm always a little worried that these won't take out the 150. So, yeah, let's see if it can take out that. Tried to take out 150, but not quite. Okay, guys, so I'm going to start really following this now. So, I mean, it's amazing how many look like this. So these stocks like Annex had a bit of a pop and then rested. Then all of a sudden, boom, volume comes in. I mean, we're seeing this time and again now. Time and time and again. I mean, I jokingly said yesterday that I could get up at, about 10:30 my time, turn this on and just follow these for the rest of the day. Yeah, it has been doing some resting also. So you can just sort of see. I mean, okay, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So look what it did. It looked like it tried to pop out up, 232 from 222. It looked like it did. Now listen, it may continue. Don't get me wrong, but it was on no volume. Oops, let me get rid of the. But it was on no volume. What if if we had one of those volume bars here? You excuse me, you would think if you have that volume here, it wouldn't have done this. Maybe, I mean, I'm not saying 100% that when you get volume that it's going to keep going, but I would say with no volume, it's it's iffy. It's just iffy. Give me a moment here. My music has stopped. There we go. Now, the problem with Annex, and I say just because we get an alert here, but when you look at the daily chart, you can just see there's all sorts of resistance nearby. So even though you get the alert, you have to, that's why I'm always saying, take a look at the daily and the weekly and the monthly charts. And on that daily chart, to me, there's just too much resistance nearby. You know, if this weren't here, contrast that with the COCP. Okay, so if you look, on the daily chart, you can see, I mean, it's already broken out. So you look at the weekly chart, you can see that there's some room for it to move. Whereas Annex, really not as much. See ya, Sonny. Yeah, this say this could be, again, if it takes out that 300 with any sort of authority, you know, we get like our big red candle zooming down through 300. You know, it's a lot of people are going to stew about this over the weekend. All right, guys, that's it. I'm out of the COCP. It's watching it. It was trying to see if it would hold just over 140. It didn't, so I'm out of it. So nothing fantastic, but I'll take it. 140 got me out. 139, sorry, got me out. You're not stupid. Okay, so Rick, it's hard for me to share my links in the, if you can come into the trading room, there's another room. This is what it looks like, okay? A lot more traders are in, and I can share my links or my scans, etc. a lot easier. All right, so I'm going to give you a link for the room, and when you come in, I can give you a lot of scans that I'm using. Well, yeah, I mean, Hertz, you know, this was yesterday, you know, they're floating the idea, and look at the volume coming in, floating the idea of a $1 billion financing. It would have to, you know, it'd have to get through 150. Um, I think that for me, stocks under $5, the 50-cent level can be almost as intimidating as the whole number. So that's why I'm always I mean, it got almost to the 50-cent mark, 148, 147 or so. So it would have to take out 150. It doesn't mean though that I'm going to take it just because it takes out 150. You know, what I'd like to see is for it to maybe get back up to 146, 147, kind of rest a little bit, and then on volume pop through 150, and then I could take the trade again, because again, if you look left, it does have some room. But you know, these 50-cent levels for the stocks under $5 seem to be almost as equal a stumbling block as the whole numbers are. So it's just psychological. That's all it is. No, they're talking about issuing shares, yeah. Ah, I missed it. You guys are costing me money. I missed it. Net NETE at 330. Oh, I missed it. And now it's at, and let's see. Yeah, I could have got it. I mean, the high right there is 335. So even if I was a few pennies late, it is now 360. What's the spread? Oh, man, I missed it. See what I'm saying, guys? I'm not saying they're all going to be like this, but pay attention to this window later on in the day. And this is the basic new highs and lows. This is just the no repeat. I mean, they show up here. No, now I know why I missed it. I forgot to, I had my sound alerts turned off. Ah. And again, these are just quick hitters. But I'll take a 330 to 360 quick hitter, in a couple of minutes any day. And some of them may take a while to keep going, like the annex. But as I said before, with the annex, I just don't like it because look at the daily chart. Look at all the chop, very very close. Look where it got to. It got all the way up to 238, right into this area here. So it just doesn't. Thank you, Michael or Mike. I may even put a price, a maximum price on this of say $10. This is up to 30, but really, realistically, the ones that are going to move are going to be the cheaper ones. Oh, it's a big groan, guys. Well, if you were following this, the NETE 330, now it's at 380. Well, again, though, this is not in Barry's windows. You can have this. You can have these. These are all part of the scans that I'm sharing. Barry's windows, I know it's a little confusing. Barry's windows is just getting people to concentrate on these three, okay? Now, today, obviously not a great day. There's only literally three symbols. Yesterday was a lot better, even though the market was down so much. But it's only going to show these. These are all just additional scans that I'm sharing. And they're all right here. All you have to do is click on that room drive icon, scans that I share, download. All the scans that I'm sharing will go to a Word document, including this one. And then you can create your own layout, and you can, add whatever windows you see fit, and then save the layout with the windows in it if you want. These don't get updated. I'm not sure you understand what's happening here. I mean, there's no symbol list in here. This is just, here are my filters. Okay. Now, do I ever change these filters? I could, but I haven't changed these filters for quite a while. So all that's happening here is that if the price is between 1 and 30, the current volume is at least 3, minimum 300,000 shares. If it's up or down, at least 3%. If all these criteria are met and the stock makes a new high or a new low, that's why we see them. Okay, that's why we see them in here. I made a change. So then what I did with this one is I said, okay, you know what? I'm only interested in the ones that are making new highs for these sort of late day trades. So I took this window and I duplicated it. Okay, I duplicated the window. That's all I did. I duplicated the window. And then I said, okay, all I want now, instead of new lows, I don't care about the new lows. So I'm going to uncheck the new lows. Okay, that's the first thing I did. So I only care about new highs in this window here. The next thing I did was I put it on what's called don't repeat mode. I right click on the window, properties, and then I put it on don't repeat mode because I only want to see it one time. So that lets me, because if I miss the alert, I can always say, okay, it happened at 124 and at 3:30. What's the price now? Do I still have time? Obviously on this one, no. But on Annex, the alert was at 119. The alert was the price was 229. If I check, I say, yeah, I still have time. But I put it on don't repeat mode for a day. Okay, so this is on don't repeat mode for the day. So I'm only going to see this symbol one time, as opposed in this window where I see it over and over and over again as it keeps making new highs. Okay? These, you don't have to do anything. I mean, yes, I update my watch list, but you don't have to do anything because I'm doing the updating for you. All you have to do is just load the windows, and you'll see the alerts as they come in. It's not unlike the AI. You don't have to do anything. Just make sure it's loaded every morning before you start, and just wait for the alerts to happen. You don't have to do anything other than have the window open. I think I saw you ask a question in the YouTube feed. I don't know if it was you, but this is how you can have them all in one window. Somebody asked the question. I'm pretty sure they must have answered you. So does that make sense, Ital Designer? I guess this is not gonna have the pop. Well, I mean, when you say a full day in-person training, you mean one-on-one? No, not a full day. The other thing, though, too, is I wouldn't try to overcomplicate things too much. I mean, yeah, there is a lot to trade ideas. You can really, really, you take a look at all the alerts and filters we have, and then the back tester, and then the Brokerage Plus, and then the AI. Yeah, you can get overwhelmed by it all. I personally really keep it simple. I have these windows. I have this one. Uh-oh, guys. Look out. There's a SPY underneath the 200-day. And that's it. So I mean, I'm keeping it really simple. Now, as far as how to trade, that's different from learning the trade ideas. I would really take a look. I mean, if you're, I would look. I don't know if you've done this before, but I mean, I would really look at the 20 short video lessons You know, I mean, that gives you the basics. There's not much more you have to know. Really? Then maybe you're trying to complicate it too much. You know, not trying to, because I'm not sure what more you would really need. I mean, it tells you how you can create your own alert window, how you can create your own top list window. But if you're saying, well, I want to know how to trade Annex when I see it, that's very different. Okay, that's now experience. You know, looking at charts, looking to see what the SPY is doing. You know, what did I say about Annex? I didn't like it, even though I got the alert. I didn't like it because of the daily chart. Yeah, I think you just have to simplify it, honestly. I really think that's what it's all about, okay? I mean, look what I have in here. You think, I mean, this is so simple. I've got a price range, which is, you know, simple. I want to see the stock trading at least somewhat abnormally in terms of volume. So I put my current volume of at least 3. I want to have a minimum volume, 300,000 shares. And then I want the stock to be up or down at least 3%. I mean, that's it. That's it. I don't have any other. I don't have anything else going on. And look at the interesting ideas that we're getting from such a basic setup. Yeah, in that, I mean, maybe she has already seen this, but yeah, in the training, that's what Dave is talking about. I mean, there are the TIU University or TI University. What a battle, guys. What a battle happening right now with the SPY. There it is, 380.89. Yeah, I mean, listen, when I started, other people have heard me say this many times, but when I started as a subscriber to Trade Ideas in 2010, I had so many alert windows and top list windows open because I didn't want to miss anything. And I really overcomplicated the whole thing. And consequently, I had so much going on that I wasn't getting anything done. And it all looked wonderful. Oh, look at this setup, look at this setup. And I'd be clicking like mad all day long. And it took me a while to wean myself off or getting used to the idea that, you know what? There are going to be some setups that I'm just going to have to get rid of, even though some of them are would give me the most awesome trade in the world. If that makes sense. Because yes, a setup might give me the most awesome trade in the world, but it might be giving me other things in that window that I'm clicking on like mad and really not being able to focus on that awesome trade. Saleh, okay, answer your question. I don't think I saw the question. Oh, you haven't asked it yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you asked it. You haven't asked the question yet, have you? You just. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm just going to answer somebody in the UT, only in the US and Canadian markets, okay? Nothing outside of US and Canada. I'm just answering somebody in YouTube. Okay, so with our charts, there are only two options with our charts, Ital Designer, okay? Only two options. If you right click on a chart, properties, and you see where it says symbol linking? So it's either checked or it's not checked. There's the spy again, guys. Okay, so it's either checked or not checked. Symbol linking is either checked or not checked. When it's checked, that's why, it says spy overall. If I click on an alert, that symbol loads. And, you're talking about a 5-minute chart. I mean, you just have to pick the time frame. If you right click time frame, here are all the time frames you can have. And if you uncheck it, that's why the spy remains. Okay? So there's only two options. Only the USA market. Well, yeah, US markets, yes. Only the US markets. Okay, only for Windows. Yes and no. I mean, you can use, yes, okay, it was answered. No, you cannot modify it for any other market. No, no. I mean, we only pay for data for the U.S. and Canadian markets. So, okay, we don't have enough customers outside of it for any other market in the world that would justify it. Yeah, so you can take a look at this little podcast that was done a while back for Mac users. Okay. If you're a Mac user, you can you can watch this podcast. It was done a couple of weeks ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. Yeah, this doesn't look good. This does not look good, guys. Mr. Spy is now underneath. And soon to go negative. NAS is negative. The SPY is negative. The Dow is just hanging by a thread. This is hanging in there. Net Easy or Net Element is hanging in there. Look at AMCR. How are the airlines doing? Remember when we started the day? No, they're still actually, I'm surprised. They're not really giving it up too much. I mean, there are a couple of red bars, but they're still positive. I'm not sure, Eric. I'm really not sure. I just have this feeling that, with the market down so much yesterday, it just couldn't hold. If that first couple of 15-minute candles had been green and nice big bars like that, we might have had a bit of a recovery. I mean, I don't know if there's any more news than was out there yesterday. in terms of, we're not going to have, doesn't look we're going to have a V-shaped recovery on the workforce for sure. And yeah, I mean, there's always the threat of the second wave. Oh man, such a big miss by me. I guess I've forgotten to take my sound alerts off. Well, we might get another one. Okay, so have you ever put a sound alert on an alert window? Okay, so watch me as I do it. So go to your alert window and right click, Properties, Actions. Check that play sound. Set up the sound. Now, you can have one of your windows text to speech, okay? Text to voice. Now, the reason why I say one of them, you don't want to have them all. NETE. Oh my goodness. That was the one, guys. Anyway, you don't want to have all your windows text to speech, because the whole idea of putting a sound alert on is you have a different sound alert for different windows, so that when you hear that sound alert, you know exactly which window to look at. You just get used to it. You hear a sound alert, you go, oh, it's this window. Or you hear a sound alert, oh, it's this window. All right? So that's why you want to put a different sound alert on each window. So you can certainly put one text to speech if you want, but only one. After that, you don't have to do text to speech, but most of us, you check the use custom sound and select the sound. And then we have 3 folders here. And each folder, just click on the folder, each folder has a sound alert in it, several sound alerts in them, or in it. So you click on monkey as an example, and open it, and play it. And if you like it, you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound is attached to that window. Okay, so does that make sense? Or did I go too quickly? 10.4. Okay, so the other thing, of course, you can put a sound alert on your if you have our premium service. You just right click and go through the same thing, actions, and just go through exactly the same thing. So you can put a sound alert on your AI if you have the AI. Man, oh man, that's $1 on a $3 stock, guys. There's $1 for net element. Now, the other thing, I would encourage people to use their price alerts. Okay, one moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. I just got called away for a second there. I would also encourage you to use our price alerts window. It's gold to use this. I mean, it's so easy to use. You just click on from new, from the toolbar, new and price alerts, and then this window will pop up. And how I use it is, you'll notice it pops up on my screen, so you cannot miss a price alert. So, and it's so simple to do. If I wanted to put a price alert, say, right here for net element, right at the high here, all I have to do is I just go and position my cursor right there. There's the dotted line. I right click, create the price alert. I don't fill anything in. You can if you really want to, but to make it super simple, you just right click and then save it. And you notice there's a blue line now on the chart. And if you look at the bottom here, there it is. Okay. Now, what I do is I minimize. I don't have to have this window up all the time. I minimize it so I don't see it. I also sort on the triggered column. So I'm going to see this. I'm going to see the last one right at the top. And I even I do the same thing. I put a price alert or a sound alert on it. It's exactly the same formula. Right click, actions, and just follow the instructions. All right. And then if something hits, so now I'm going to minimize it. So if something hits, this window will pop up. I can't miss it. I'll have a sound. So if you're even away from your system, but you've got a headset on, you'll hear the sound alert. You can come racing back in. Okay, so it's and it's so simple to do. And I always say we did not invent price alerts. I mean, all platforms have a way in which you can do price alerts, but this is so simple. And I just like the way it works. If I didn't like it, I would use IBs. I mean, IB has, I'm sure they have a price alert system also, but this is so simple to do. In fact, let me try to get one here. Show you exactly how that works. So I just put some bracketed price alerts right around CLDX, okay? Just because I'm hoping that one of them will trigger soon. So I put a price alert just below the price, and I put a price alert just above the price. Hopefully it will start to move so I can, and then you'll see how it just pops right up on the screen. There you go. See how it just popped up on the screen. And I heard it. It changed colors. I've got it sorted so I see the last one right in the top. Can't miss it. And I just minimize it. So what you have to do with your symbol list, you have to attach it then to, well, no, if you have a symbol list, you know the symbols, then just load them, load the charts one by one. So in other words, if you had a symbol list now, if you've got I don't know how many you're going to have in your symbol list, but assuming you copy and let's just say you had 10 or 20 symbols, you'd have to load each chart one by one. And it's on the chart, put your price alerts. Yeah, so you'll have to load the charts one by one and put the price alerts. No other way you can do that. Because obviously every chart is going to have a different price alert. So you have to have a way to see on the chart where you want to put it. So, I mean, if you have them written down somewhere, just one by one. So you've got Macy's, so you put the price alert. You've got Microsoft, you put the price alert. You just, yeah, you have to create a symbol list. Have you not done that before? Okay, now I might be called away at 2 o'clock, just for a bit, but until I do. Okay, so go to the toolbar and click on Tools, and then Symbol Lists. And then where it says Create New, just Create New. You give it a name. Okay. Okay, now if you've never created one before, you'll see it immediately. It's right down there, empty. And then I just highlight it by left clicking on it. Then I edit the list. And now I can start putting my symbols in, your 30 symbols in. So if you want to type them in individually or you have a list, and it's like this. There's no commas. Okay. You can either type them in, or if you have a now that triggered on the upside. Ugh, what a fabulous alert, NET. And then you just say okay. So now you've created a symbol list with your symbols in there. You just say okay. And then what you want to do is now you have to have a way to monitor them. You've got your symbol list. So now you create your alert window, your top list window, okay, and how you want to monitor them. You know, every time it makes a new high or however you want to monitor them. Once you create the alert window or the top list window, then you right click, configure, and then symbol lists. And then you attach it. It'll be over here somewhere. There it is. Okay. Well, guys, NETE could have paid for a few subscriptions, few months of trade ideas if you took the trade like I should have. Wow. And you just check it. And you see it says only the following list. So this is all, hopefully this is all making sense. You're basically attaching that symbol list, only the following list. You check it. And now that symbol list will be attached to the alert window or top list window that you've created. And it can be, you can attach it to as many as you want just by going through these steps. Fortunately, I'm going to get rid of you. Holy smokes! What an alert! Little bit of green on the SPY. We're still just slightly underneath that 200-day moving average. Sort of, Peter. Okay? Sort of. Yeah, exactly, Dream. Why not? Why not? Let me just look at the new RBI, premium RBI and GBI. So there are some filters that you can put in place. Okay, so you can put a price range and a minimum volume. Okay? You cannot filter the AI though. Only the RBI and GBIs. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about and you're new to trade ideas, forget this, okay? Just forget it. You don't have to know it. You don't have to learn it. You know, I would call it's advanced. Yeah, these are the only. This is probably why I don't use it that much because there's just not enough filters. But go for it. Hey, one moment, please. I'll be right back. Maybe 5 minutes or so. Okay.
tracking too.
All right, guys, I am back. Oops. Give me a second here. All right, so I am back, and what time is it now? 2:08. So just waiting to see if we get any other little star. Look at this. 3:30 to 5, what? 5:20, almost, oh gosh, almost $2. You know, even the that COCP is starting to come back a little bit, but I'm going to be stubborn. I'm not going to take it unless it really breaks out over 150, $1.50. No shorts available for me for net element either. Not that I'm looking to short it, but okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to clear this now, and I'll show you. I'm going to tell you why. Because now I might be able, some early ones that were triggered and maybe making new highs now, I will see them. And so that's what I'm doing around, well, I usually do it around 2 o'clock, so a little bit late. And I'm just going to wait to see if we get any alerts here. Actually, I just cleared it. There's a clear, right click and clear. Okay, that's all I did. So now I will see some alerts that if a stock makes a new high if it makes a new high again, I will see it even if it made a new high before. Probably not making sense, but it makes sense to me, and I'll show you what I mean. Assuming we do get an alert. For instance, if COCP, which was alerted which was alerted earlier in that window, but if it happens to make a new high again, which would have to be up here, 147, I will see it here again. Okay, does that make sense? Otherwise, I wouldn't see it. But I just want to have my eyes drawn to something that's new. Well, new from an old alert. Hopefully we get one so I can demonstrate what I'm talking about. And the reason it didn't clear a net element is that it'll always hold the last one even when you use the clear. Okay. Wow, that is really giving it up. Still positive. I mean, it's still at 41%, but I mean, look where it's come back from. Okay. I'll take your word for it, Doc. Well, yeah, I mean, the dreamer. I mean, I don't know how much longer this is going to work, but I think it's kind of worked for at least 2 weeks now. It's so simple. You know, I'll keep following it until it stops working. But it seems to me, because it's looking at, stocks that are flying under the radar, it shouldn't matter what the overall market is doing in theory. But all we can do is try to keep track of them and see what happens. I mean, look at the relative volume for this one, 47. You know, I could probably do things like up the relative volume, and my relative volume in here is only 3. I could probably up it to 5 or 6 and get rid of some of the ones that maybe, you know, aren't that interesting. That could lack some follow through. But we'll see. I mean, you know, now that they've cleared it, I'm going to see what sort of alerts we get. Well, the SPY is, I mean, it's just so funny how this works. I mean, look at the SPY, 300.89, 300.50, so it's right at it. All right, guys, I'm just following some emails now as I'm biding my time to see if anything shows up in that window. I'll explain. I'll explain what happened with the net easy or net element. Okay, just give me a second here. I'm just actually posting my video to Twitter right now, so just give me a second here. No, what I did here was I used what's called the clear function. Don't worry about it, okay? But I just used the clear function so I could get rid of all the previous alerts, all right? So now it's going to treat, if what I was saying before is like the COCP, okay, as an example. It may not happen, but COCP was triggered in this window before. Now remember, I have it on don't repeat. So I would not see it again. But in doing a clear, just a minute, please. Ugh. A lot of activity in the Anderson household right now. Okay, so where was I? Oh, I know what I was. So I was trying to say that the COCP. So COCP triggered earlier in this window, but by using the clear function, getting rid of everything except the very last one that happened. If COCP happens to make a new high again, say at 147, I will see it here. Okay, it'll just sort of hammer the point home. That's all. So that's why I did that. Well, when you know it, nothing's happening. So just taking a look at this, so there was the MyGen. Now, it was a bit choppy, but there was the alert to short at 1226. So it did get down to 1157. I didn't even see this one, 1568. What did it get to? No, it didn't. It actually moved higher from there. So it has not. And these two, again, I mentioned this earlier. I would never have taken this trade at 561. It was too extended at the time. This one had a chance, but it didn't do it. It didn't do anything. It had a chance. It was in the right sector in theory, China. It had a huge move yesterday. Just didn't sustain it. Well, this one is still moving lower here. This TEDU, and it was actually shortable. Nice break right there. Another nice break underneath the whole number. Look at XPA. XPA is having a bit of a pop here. XPA. A little move here after that little pullback. Nice move here. A little bit of volume coming into XPA. Well, I'm sure there are several ETFs. Anybody? I'm not an ETF player. There have to be several ETFs. Are you talking about buying an ETF that shorts the SPY, as an example? Yeah. Uh, I'm sure somebody will tell you a few. I don't do that, so I'm not. I don't know what the best one. Yeah, SDS. There you go. I'm not sure what the best one would be, but you want one with volume, and certainly SDS has volume. Okay, what are you doing? Okay, so look at XRF. There's the 200-day moving average. It's just above the 200-day. You can see it right there. It's close to 3. So, I mean, I wouldn't expect too much out of this. XRF, I wouldn't expect too much, but so it's not beautiful, is what I guess I'm trying to say. It's very close to that 200-day, though it is above it, but it's also close to that whole number. Fairly close to the whole number. So for me, this is just going to be a kind of a scalp. Look at the volume that came in, guys. Look at the volume. All right. It can't be this easy. It cannot be this easy. I've just traded out of it. I mean, you know, I don't know if it's going to get through 3, but it hit 294. Now, if it takes out 3, I mean, it's really, you know, I mean, there's the 3 up there, and then if you look left, it has room. So you know, look, if it takes out 3, incredible things could happen. But I'm out of this one. But that, you know, that's fine for me. It just a quick one. I did not think we'd get that much because I thought 3 would block it. So far I'm right. It got all the way to 295. Oh, look at seed. Look at seed coming in here, guys. This just got halted. Seed got halted. And it's through the 200-day moving average. 529, 529, what was it at? Yeah, so it's been above the 200-day. And IMRN halted on the way down. Yes, wow, yeah, that's a tough one to trade, isn't it? Look at this, 1576, all the way back down to 9. Yikes. So seed would not show up here because I have a minimum volume of 300,000 shares, and you can see right there it's 200,000. So that's why it would not show up in here. So the next question is, well, why don't you just reduce the volume to 200,000 and then you get a seed? And you're absolutely right. But you might get a lot of other ones that just, you know, are turn into irrelevancies. So it's always a trade-off when you create your filters and your filter values. If you stop getting, you know, very many alerts, then okay, relax the filters. You get too many, then tighten them up. Where are these guys out of? They are out of China. Yes, that's what I thought. Are you talking about XRF or are you talking about seed, Autolycus? Seed. Now, wasn't grow and what didn't grow and seed kind of work kind of hand in hand? Or it's another one. Yeah, again, guys, just a quick trade, quick trade. You gotta read the charts. I said before, just as I was taking the trade, I said, guys, look, I mean, I don't expect very much. Though, I mean, from 262 to 287 in, I don't know, was it 30 seconds? Amortize that over a year. It just had the one, yeah, JFIN halted on the way up. Interesting, yes. Well, let's see if it takes out 660, 672 or something. Yeah, I only had the one big volume. Yeah, the volume just dried up. It had the one big volume burst right there. What you'd like to have seen for this to continue. But again, I really thought that it would be tough to get through 3. Even though it's only one topping tail on the weekly chart. Again, these whole numbers are very psychological. I just think, Autolycus, that, when LK happened and then there was a big hue and cry about delisting all the China stocks. And I think calmer minds have maybe prevailed a little bit. And, all the China stocks are not going to get delisted. That's what I read a couple of days ago. So I think that's probably what's going on. Because everybody's so afraid of investing in any of these, trading in any of these, in case they get halted while they're in them. That is my idea on it. Well, think about it, Doc. If you were in a trade and say the trade was and you got into a trade and it's at 1049. Very rarely do people say, well, I'm going to get out at 10:02. They always say, I'm getting out at 10. It's always usually a whole number. So this whole number thing it is psychological. And some are more psychological than others. The multiples of 5s, 5, 10, 15, 20. 25 is a big one. 50, 100, of course, is a huge one. They're all very psychological. Shouldn't be. It's only, what's the difference in 9.99 and 10 other than a penny? Well, let's see if we get another one. I used to have a bit of a strategy that I would wait for the second or third break of a whole number before getting in. We do have a whole number alert. I don't really use it anymore, but we do have a whole number alert. Yeah, I wasn't really trading that much back then. I was more of a, believe it or not, I was a guy who used to hold for months back in those days. I wasn't doing what I'm doing now. Yeah, there's the WRTC. Okay. All right, so the same kind of thing, guys. I mean, this has yesterday's high was what? 734. So it's is that right? Yeah, 734. So it's just underneath yesterday's high. Let's say it takes that again and gets over to about that 740. Has some room to 8, okay? Some room. So I'm just going to stick an alert here to see if it gets back up to that area. The whole number alert, it is, well, you can construct it. It's you have you have, of course, Street Bob, you have our program. So if you right click configure and search on decimal, it's called decimal. So there it is. I will show you one. Let's see if I can find one, okay? Load from cloud. Whole number unpinned. That sounds reasonable. So what it is, it's going to show you. No, that's wrong. Okay, I'm going to change this. Actually, I'm going to make it 95. So it's not so much a whole number alert as in it'll alert you when the stock goes over a whole number. But what it's doing is you can do one of two things. You can create a topless window, and where I see where it says decimal 0.95, min and max 1.05, it'll show you all stocks that are, say, 895 to 905, 995 to 905, things like that. So it'll be whatever the number is, 0.95. And then, so in other words, 5 cents on either side of a whole number. Okay? So you could set up a top list like that. No, okay. Oh, it's on the way down. Okay, I thought it was on the way up. Too bad. And then what I do, then what I do in this one, if I get a new high or a new low, in that within a nickel, it's going to be very, very close to breaking the whole number. Really? I've never tried that. I have never tried that. Trailing stop up or down. Okay, sure. And do you put any percent? Do you put any percent in there? I know there's a delay in answering. So do you put any percent in here or you just leave it blank? Okay. All right, let's see how that works. Let's see, I get the next one. Somebody in YouTube. We have a YouTube feed going too. That's pretty cool. That's now how different. All right, that's interesting. Okay, so these are showing you stocks right at the whole number. I never knew that. He used the percent trailing stop. I'll pop this in the room. Anybody is interested. So this is going to show you stocks right around the whole number. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. Well, this looks accurate enough. I mean, as long as it's telling me stocks within 5 cents either side. Now I could tighten that up. I could tighten it up to 2 cents on either side and see what would happen. Well, yeah. Well, okay. The thing about the YouTube channel is you're in the right room. Make me $5,000. You're actually in the right room. Every now and then I do talk to the people in the YouTube feed. This is what's happening. Okay, YouTube they see exactly what you guys see. They can hear me. The problem with the YouTube feed is, when I want to share alerts, scans, and things like that, it's more difficult for me to do that when it's multiple. For instance, I can't take this and say, okay, in the YouTube, it's just hard. It's just not capable. We're not capable of doing that. YouTube doesn't allow that yet, anyway. All right. Well, then, Doc, you've got that. You've got the cloud link, and you'll hear a cuckoo. Well, the reason is that obviously YouTube is a much more used platform than the trading room. I mean, so ultimately, I mean, I'd love just to do if but the problem is YouTube is not designed as a trading or doesn't have all the options that I can do in here. So until that ever happened, we have to have the two feeds. But if you remember all the problems we were having in the room before, people not being able to see my screen, etc., I think that's gone away because, believe it or not, I'm actually using the same streaming for the trading room now as I'm using to stream into YouTube. And that seems to have cleared everything up. Yeah, they can see the room. They can see the room and they can hear me. So a lot of people, if all they care about is hearing me and seeing my screen, but they don't care about interacting with traders, then it's probably easier just to go to YouTube and that's it. But if you do want interactivity with traders and all of that, and the ability for me to give you links, then this is the room to be in. No, and they shouldn't. Exactly. Remember, I used to have to always say, well, disable your hardware accelerator, go to Chrome and all this nonsense. Now it shouldn't matter. Okay, give us a thumbs up in the YouTube stream. Please, anybody who's in the YouTube stream, give us a thumbs up so we can get more and more people there also. All right, now this WRTC. Oh, okay. All right. I see. I've seen you in the other room then, sir. All right, I'm going to see how well this works. The WRTC, I am in this one. Want to see how well this works. Again, I don't expect a lot. I mean, I think it's going to be really blocked right around 790. Oh, now I get it. Okay. Now, the 50-cent level in a $7 stock shouldn't matter as much, but, listen, guys, I'm just scalping this, okay? I'm not looking to, I don't think it's going to do a net E, so I'm just trying to get enough money for an extra topping of the pizza tonight. All right, guys, I took some. I just taken some out at 756. Man, oh man, this is voodoo. This is voodoo in action here. Wow. Could almost retire on this. Look at this. Look at this, guys. 734 on the alert. We're at 770 now. If Dan were in the room, he'd go, "What more do you guys want?" I'm not even going to put on his voice. But if you remember Dan, we used to come into the room every now and then. What time is it? Wow, I mean, this is awesome. Wow. Got to trade it, guys. You got to trade it. Well, again, what did I say? That this might stall it, okay? 790 might stall it. What did it get to? 785. So you just got to watch, have that weekly chart. Have that, well, this is a daily chart, actually. Sure. No, I'm not going to. I'm going to show you how to do it, Calvin. Do you have the basic new highs and lows? I'm just going to show you how to do it. Do you have the basic new highs and lows? It's not the channel bar. It's nothing to do with the channel bar. Okay, well then I'll give it to you. This is just an individual strategy. This is not in my channel. When you say it screws up your layout, the reason I think you're talking about screwing up your layout is it replaces your layout because everything in a channel bar, everything in a channel bar is a layout. So yeah, if you got a layout up and running, yeah, you have to make sure your layout is saved before you load anything. You can only have the one layout loaded at a time. So if that's what you mean by screwing up your layout. Yeah, pins and stuff. Yes, yes. I've already had a few people. I've seen some people or support having to answer some questions exactly like that, and that's why I don't talk about pinning, and they don't realize somehow they have, and they're wondering why is their system either A, slowing down, or why is it saying they've got too many charts, or why is it saying this, and it's because somehow they've pinned. And notice I pinned it. It's unpinned, or I pinned it. I pasted it, and in the old days, maybe about a year ago, I used to just give people the pinned version, and that was really. And then support started to yell at me, so that's when I said, okay, yeah, I have to absolutely make sure that when I give anybody any links, they're unpinned. Yeah, Doc, you know what? I'm going to send you to the homepage, and I'm not trying to be cute here, but I don't want to talk about pinning in the room. It's just because some people get it, most people don't, and it can lead into problems. So, what I'll do is I'll send you to the homepage, and you can ask exactly what pinning does, and they'll give you a big, I think it's a script, okay, and they'll give you a whole spiel, okay? It's just that it just can really cause some problems for people, and it can get extremely, extremely frustrating for a lot of people. No, I know, but if I start explaining it here, others may start to try to do it, and I just don't want that. So if I were only talking to you, Doc, okay. Isaiah is an offering now? Ooh, yikes. Yeah, looks like I don't see it yet on my. It's halted. It is halted. Yeah, it's halted, and somebody says they're doing an offering. Ah, scummy. I hate it when companies do offerings during market hours. Well, Kimberly, I would paper trade using our paper trading module. Don't mess around with the IB paper trading. Just when you have Brokerage Plus loaded, just check on simulated trading, and that's it. So now you're using our real time data. You don't have to mess around with IB at all. And that's why we created it. Just check simulated trading, and now you can just take a trade. So yeah, it's got exactly the same features, probably even more for you. I mean, at least we have a few little hotkeys here, and I think it's probably easier in this window to manage the trades. That's my opinion, anyway. Then you don't have to worry about getting the right port and all that. I mean, that's why we created it. Make it really super simple. Okay, so they've quadrupled. They're at the market offering to $40 million. Okay, so I guess that's true. They were looking to do it. Now they quadrupled it, trying to raise more money. This is the news for Isaiah. Just one moment, please. So it looks like they were looking to do it at $10 million. So now they're wanting to raise 40 million. I don't. Yeah, it's okay. You don't have to say sorry. Not bothering me, believe me. Um, all the scans that I'm sharing are right here, okay, in the room drive icon, right there. It says room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. So all the scans that I share, you probably want to download that anyway. Download that anyway. It'll go to a Word document, and then you can take a look at all the scans. Now, if you want that one right away, the scans, if you click on the scans tab, there's the basic new highs and lows. You know how to load, a link to your platform? Obviously you do, because you just click on that and then load it into your platform, and there it is. And then make sure you save it to the cloud. Once it's on your screen, save it to the cloud. Or you can incorporate it as part of your layout. But I always save the individual windows of the cloud anyway, and also my entire layout. Oh, look at XRF, guys. Wow. Popped right through. Was it announced? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'll be on my multi-city book tour on how to trade from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. This is the only one that didn't pop. Annex. Oh, that's an old one. That is an old, old, old sitcom. However, even with the annex, well, what did I say about the annex? So, I mean, I thought there was too much resistance that close. So just because we get an alert here, you have to look at the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart to check to see kind of how much room it could move. And if you did that, you can just see Annex has got a lot of problems. The other ones, I mean, look at the difference. Look at well, granted, this alert was down here. No, I can't remember where the first alert, but it had room too here. It is really just skated right through. A good hockey reference. XRF, the same thing. Hopefully you can see the difference in these daily, weekly charts compared to the Annex, which is just a mess right here. So 306, but it still has room. Pardon me while I have a bite of cake. Wow, XRF is just ripping here. Boy, this could do, I got to see where this could go. Again, there's the next high looking left. It's 420. This is China, right? China. Pardon me for eating, guys. I'm just a little hungry. Remember, guys, look at the volume. Let me look at the volume that came in. There's where it started. There's that volume where it started. And then more volume, more volume. I am having, oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Well, I'm not going anywhere. What did Isaiah do? Did it come back or did it drop more? Whoa, it's dropped more. Ooh, it is shortable too. Wow, on the way down too. I'm looking here, 125, 125. This is going to be a disastrous open. All right, just going to set an alert, see if it takes out 3 again for XRF. Yeah, I have to see what happens when this opens. I mean, it's stacking up. Well, it's come back a little bit. 144, 145, 146, 150, 150. Like I'm calling a horse race here. When I first saw it was 123, 123. It's interesting that it had a pop in advance almost from where it started. Almost. And then complete reality set in. Announces launch of Shake. Is that new news, or it's hard for me to tell if this is new news. Well, it looks like it came at 3 p.m. All right, guys. So definitely a very quiet day for my watch list. Not getting way more intrigued by this. Now, okay, I'm looking at the SPY now. Yeah, the SPY is actually making a nice little rally. A nice rally, actually. It's up 300. I mean, it was up 600, so the Dow anyway. Nice rally off. It got just below the 200-day moving average, making a nice rally off that now. Nice rally to head into the weekend. Oh, somebody was talking SSSS, Sutter Rock Capital Core. Now, no, this is an IPO here or a name change. I don't use DAS. No, Mike, I don't use DAS at all. Yeah, I'm not 100%. I mean, I hear people talk about it. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really know what it's all about. I don't know why I would use it, to be honest. I mean, maybe somebody's going to say, oh, you get your trades executed more quickly, or I just haven't had an issue. I just use Interactive Brokers, IB. Just a minute, please. And even WRTC is wow. You're gonna get it right.
I have to. Well, you made me sign, but I don't sign.
Wow. WRT. I'm not in it anymore, but wow, 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 wow. Look at the volume in XRF, guys. Look at the volume that's come in. So I don't know anything about this. Sunsetter Rock Capital Core. And I don't know if this is a symbol name change or what it is. Yeah, we've got a delivery coming.
Here. Stop it. Stop it. Come here. Okay. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, look at the CTIB just collapsing also. All right, so 738. So obviously this is, I have a feeling this is just a symbol name change because it says right there it's on an all-time high. So I don't know what's going on with this one, to be honest. You know, if I could figure out a way to turn this into something we could use in the first hour, also first half hour, maybe with higher volume or something like that, or higher relative volume, rather than having to wait most of the day to get these astonishing alerts. Change the time zone. I don't think the windows are not time zoned. If you understand what I'm saying. I don't have a time zone fixed on here. I have a time zone that I use for trade ideas, and also my computer. I use the Eastern time zone for both, even though I'm on the West Coast, just so I always. But you can change the time zone. I didn't think when I share a window that you're sharing also my time zone. Am I wrong? I don't see where it says time zone at all here. But you. Really? I didn't. Okay. Well, you can just go to tools. No, this is East Coast. This is all East Coast. I put all my time. I put all my trade ideas and my computer. I set to East Coast, even though I'm on the West Coast. Just makes it a lot easier for me. This is not West Coast. This is time. This is East Coast. 309. You have to restart TI Pro to get them in action. Okay. You can set. Well, my time says 309. That's East Coast. That's what my time says anyway. I mean, if you want, yeah, it's on West Coast. You're right. It's 12:16. If you want to change anything, I guess, um, go to options, tools, options, and then you can time options. Okay, and you can pick your time options, and then reload trade ideas. I guess so. You can pick the time zone you want. I just find it easier to keep everything in East Coast. Eastern time, because when we talk about, okay, the 7:40 alert or the 3:10, people shouldn't have to adjust, well, what time zone is that? Excellent, Enoch. I'm glad to hear that you've got the simulator working. So how is SSS doing? Boy, look at this. I mean, there's a red bar ignored right there forming. If it takes out 743, I mean, this could get this ripping. You too, Bob. Well, I'm going to set an alert right up here for this one, 743 for the quadruple S. What's the spread like? That spread's not terrible, 3 cents. So let's see if this takes this out. I mean, it just starts to rocket here. It's got obviously has no resistance. Okay, one moment, please. You too, Yossi. Have a great weekend. Oh man, this is getting really. Look at this. There's a red bar ignored right now. The trigger is at. Just one moment, please. Well, there's no resistance because in theory, there's no resistance because it's at an all-time high. Even though it doesn't appear that right there, I mean, I can't go back any further though, so I don't know the situation there. Okay, I don't know if this is, I don't think it's an IPO, but there is really no resistance because there's no. It looks like it's at an all-time high, so who knows where it's going to go. Next on the hit parade, we have Now look at again. You have to look at this weekly chart. There's a lot of resistance for JAKK right up here. Okay, so this is why I would not be necessarily jumping into this one. No, I may be. Listen, I may be completely wrong. It may just blow right through all this, like it looks like it's trying to. Where do you see that with the SSSS? Because I can only go back here. Where do you see that? For 839, like where do you actually see that? Well, aren't you lucky? A custom filter for what? It's called Sutter Rock Capital Core. But I have here position in lifetime, and I have it not. Well, okay, I see what you're saying, but I don't see how that appears on a chart. That's all. Oh, I see. You put the custom formula in there. I see. Okay. See, I took all mine out because, when people want, well, I have this one here, which I guess is kind of a custom, but when people wanted, when I wanted to share this, I didn't want to have any customs in here, so I took my lifetime out. But I still don't know where we're getting that. That is something from a long time ago, Autolycus. Yeah. Yeah. You got that from the Traders Forum, right? The old Traders Forum, I think. I recognize that. Yes. Oh, that's right. It's inside the, yes, exactly. Yes, yes. I remember that now. Been a while since I looked at that PDF, but yes. Well, guys, other than the annex, which I didn't like, and these are all winners to various extents. I mean, even this one. I mean, you got in at 105, even close to that, and you were able to trade it out near that, 120. To take 15 cents on a dollar stock, you're talking, well, 15% approximately. I mean, and it's moving. It's still moving. I mean, I thought maybe it would get stalled right around here, but I guess not. Well, I may be late all the time if this window's going to work like this. Though I may, I took the trade yesterday, on my own, the CITB, once I shut down the room. It can't be this easy. Exactly. Why come earlier? Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my gosh. Even just when you think you've seen it all. That's okay. Oh my goodness. I mean, that could be okay though. First haul can be okay. Well, that was a good exit for me on the quadruple S. I mean, again, quick guys. I had a few shares too, so I was very glad to offload. Wow. What am I talking about? Talking about this window right there, the basic new highs and lows, no repeat, right there. And if you look at these alerts, and this actually was alerted way earlier. So was this, but it's been astonishing. And the jack, oh my gosh. I'm just looking right here. So if you're in this trade, I wouldn't worry too much. I mean, it's stacking out, 136, but be quick. Have your finger on a sell button for at least some. And it's got, what I love about these, doesn't matter what the market's doing. Market's now putting in a big red candle. Doesn't matter what the market's doing. I'll keep this up here. Oh, wait a minute. Again, this is IB, Interactive Brokers, okay? This is nothing to do with trade ideas. This is just Interactive Brokers, time and sales. And if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, let's say 3:30, I'll stick around. I'll stick around for the halt and then I'll leave. Or for it to resume and then I'll leave. Heck of a week, guys. My pleasure, Mr. One. What I love about this is that I'd never heard of this company before. I've never seen their symbol. Never. But out of nowhere, you get a trade. All right, what time is it? It's 3:31. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, 3:31. So 3:32 plus 38 seconds. So that's when this will open if it's a 5-minute halt. So about a minute from now. And it's still stacking up okay. But if you're long this, please have your finger on the sell buttons, okay, just in case. Especially if you got in, around the 105 to 110 mark. How much fun is this? Just to kind of wait to see what happens here. Oh, you're welcome, Hassan. All right. Oh, another one halted, sorry. Okay, it should open. There it is. Okay, guys, so, do what you have to do. Do what you have to do. Meanwhile, look at, do I dare? Oh, look at Jack. I mean, it's getting fantastic alerts. Not just the last hour, Calvin. I would say I'm starting to watch this around 1:30 on. But we're getting, we're getting some great, there's one at 2 o'clock, but that net element was actually earlier than that. It was down here. Okay, I don't want to confuse you, but I did a clear, and so it didn't actually show, it's not showing the first time it was alerted. Though if I go back here, I could probably find the first time. See, this is why. Look at where it alerted. It was at 124. Yeah, so about 124 was the first alert for it. Yeah, 124 at 3:30. I thought it was a little earlier than that. No, right there. Yeah. So at 124. So you would have seen 124 here. I know it's a little bit confusing, and I think the XRF was earlier too. The COCP was earlier also. I have no idea how this would backtest. That's why I don't backtest, because I just care about the alerts, and then I judge whether or not they make sense in terms of, looking at the daily, weekly, monthly, etc., etc. I'm not saying you shouldn't backtest it, but yeah, I'm not going to press my luck. I'm going to leave the COCP alone. Even the XRF is starting to come back a little bit. The XRF is starting to come back. See if it's the only one I might take. If it gets over about 318 again, it might have just that big whoosh into the close. All right, guys, that's it. Wrap this week up. Thanks a lot for all the help, all the ideas, etc., etc. And almost as importantly, thanks for the civility in the room. We've got a very civil room. I don't have to do too much babysitting like that, so that really makes my job a lot easier and a lot more fun. Mike, I'll give it to you. Okay, this is the don't repeat version. Okay, so you're only going to see the symbol one time. You can always take the don't repeat off if you want. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you. I'll open the room 9 o'clock Monday morning. and we'll see you then. Okay? So have a great weekend. Bye-bye.